Like, just a quick thing. The infinite it seems like the infinite scrolling is like on your Steam page. You just keep scrolling forever.
Yeah, that's a good
designed to
example of it.
keep you
Yeah.
on the page for as long as possible.
Yeah. But a lot of sites do that. Twitter does that. Facebook now does that. YouTube does it. A lot of places do that now because, yeah, make sure that you stay on the page and that you, and it's to reduce the amount of clicking that a person has to do. You want to try to make sure that people can get to what they want in the most minimal amount of clicks possible. How many of you actually go to the third page of Google searches? How many of you actually go to the second page of Google searches?
Never.
I
I never go that far because if it's not on the first 2 pages, it's not important.
Unless you guys are searching for my friggin' YouTube channel.
I searched and searched and searched.
If you're
do not
really
know
desperate
how
We
for
would
an
go
answer.
to
I
page
found
56 to try to find what you did.
I went through the entirety of fucking what game was it? I went through the entirety of all the searches for a single game that you talked about.
Oh, jeez.
I still cannot find like anything that.
It's all right. Like I said, I gave you the
Hint
popular
later.
games that weren't going to benefit. Damn
I'll
you,
give you a
Freddie.
hint.
Talk
I
to
gave
Freddie.
Matt a
He's got
hint,
the
but he
link.
Freddie's
hasn't
got
done
it.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
Matt,
far,
have you found it?
Freddie did. Not Matt. I don't know if Matt has, but Freddie did.
No,
No,
I-
but I gave Matt a hint.
You
It's
gave
like
me
a
a
link to
hint, but
something related to you.
it implies
It
that I have
connects
time to
somewhere.
actually search.
I
I barely have time to show up here on time.
I feel that, man.
I'll send it for Christmas if no one finds it. That's a good-
I tried, dude.
Oh,
I
you
tried.
ass.
Off of the hints that he
Merry
gave
Christmas
us,
to
I
everybody
got
but Cliff.
nothing.
What are you talking about? Maybe my channel will finally get a good number of subscribers. I'll know he did it if I suddenly get a bunch of subscribers on that channel. I see a bunch of emails from him like, God damn it, Freddie.
When we come back from vacation, Cliff's gonna be like, all right, sorry guys, I gotta quit to become a YouTuber now.
Maybe I'll post it to random.
Here comes my FF7 for PC Let's Play.
Finally, some damn good content.
I can't argue. I can't debate whether or not my content is good or not. I don't like it, and especially now with the way YouTube has changed. I definitely, you can tell how I used to do my videos, how YouTube has changed for what I was trying to do then.
You have to work like 70 hours a week just to maybe make money.
Yep. Well, it's part of it's just really the editing. It's not. That was, and again, I will admit that's why I know the editing just sucks. Why I don't do editing for these things. That's really what took up most of my time.
Yep.
I had to edit the videos, and it was just a nightmare.
Yep. The
Puts
color
these, like,
correction, the
swinging
sound. Yeah, I get
backgrounds.
it.
I didn't do
Like,
the color
different
correction, but that was the thing.
images popping
It was bad enough, and I didn't even do like color corrections and stuff like that. I was just trying to clean out junk, like empty data, clean up my mistakes, my flubs. Yeah, remove like one of the things that a lot of YouTubers were doing then was removing your breathing, so they didn't catch you when you were breathing in or breathing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, check some of your YouTube videos now that I've said that before. You'll actually catch that now. Like, wait, they don't breathe, so you don't hear it. What's that?
It's just funny if they don't breathe.
Yeah, it's something you don't. But the thing that's funny to me is not the fact that they don't breathe, the fact that you don't notice it.
Yeah.
That's what caught me off guard when one of them mentioned it. Like, I never noticed. So
It's almost like, it's like bands. I mean, you don't never hear them breathe when they're singing because, everything, all stuff is all cut out or they're either muffled or,
Depends on the artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's true too. I guess if
Absolutely.
an artist does want to have as pronounced, they could do that too. Yeah.
Cliff, do I have to be in a specific directory to run the npm start command?
just the root directory of the project.
Mine's not working.
Yeah, it is not running.
Oh, it might not because of the file comment. I might need to remove that. We'll see. Hold on. Starting mine. See if it runs.
No, yours runs.
Seems like
You
it.
have to do npm install if you use his.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to run in. All right. Sorry. That's a good point. Yeah. So yeah, all node projects, the node modules folder is part of the gitignore because they don't, that is a massive thing to include. So yeah, when you download my project, you do have to run npm install quick. This is something that IntelliJ does automatically for you when you import stuff. So it automatically does the package install. npm does not. Good catch there. Thank you for that, Aaron. So, With that being said, let's go back to these again. So yeah, those are the two font items. They're not that complex. And again, you only can use those if you actually do bring in the Font Awesome system, which again, I will try to see if I can cover that at the end of class. And anybody who doesn't care can leave that time. You can always watch the video if you want to bring it into your project later. There's David trying again. So he gets in. As of the common items, you already had the border card. You knew what that was. You had the button. You already were familiar with that. And now what I brought in here were just really a lot of these are just their stylings. So a lot of these components are just a rehash of the HTML item with common Flex related or mobile friendly CSS that you'll have. So you see the form here, the form element or component is just a form tag, but the main thing it brings in is some standardized forming or styling to make it look nicer. I have brought in a nice horizontal line system, so you can bring in some nice breakage. You can put horizontal lines around, and you can just give it a color if you want. And what I want to show here is with a prop, if you're only ever going to use a single prop, you can just extract it with deconstruction like you can with the other stuff we've done deconstruction with. With the form, you have input line container. So for what this is the common formatting for forms nowadays is to have the label for the form and the form itself on the same line. In the past, you used to have the label in the form, the label above the input line or the text field. That is less common now. Depends on the site. Some people still do it, some don't. This one does it inline, where the label and the input is going to be on the same line, and it also brings in a spot for an error message if you want. So that's what this one brings in. The input is for any sort of input field. You can change the type. So name, it can be a text field. This can be a number field, phone number, email, all those things. We'll review a couple of these. The selector is again, a system to bring in a drop-down menu. So this is your drop-down menu tool. So it encompasses that. All you need to do is give it it gives you a defaulted empty one. So you get a empty default starter one. This is what this gives you. It can't be selected. So this is where it starts off blank, but as soon as someone picks something else, they can't pick the blank again. So that's what I liked about this. It automatically creates that. And then you just need to give it similar to what we did before with the multiple boxes. You can then send a function through that then that can generate all of your other option tags. And then it will create your select list. Last one, at least a nice, again, formatted text area. It's again, just a text area, but it has a bunch of nice formatting that makes it look nice. Same with the input. It's just a bunch of formatting that makes it look nice. So that's what a lot of these are. All right.
I got a bunch of errors when I did the npm install. Yeah.
All right, we'll give it 1 second. We'll take a look. I just want to make sure we review these items before we go to that.
Yep.
Last but not least, you have your nav bar. Now, this nav bar only works with the routing system. So I do want to clarify that if you decide not to go to the React router and go for a single page app that doesn't use routing, which I don't recommend, but if you do, you won't be able to use these because this is utilizing React router. But these are just some quick little nav buttons. You can see the example of them. I'm actually going to be changing these. So this isn't part of my common because this one was designed specifically for another company or for a demo that I did, Dev Connector. So I did this on one of the demos I did. I will be showcasing how to change these. Yeah, nav buttons. I can probably put these later on in a separate item, but yeah, nav buttons themselves. Again, it's all about the styling though. Again, same thing here. Nav bar and the nav buttons, it's all about the styling. That's what you're benefiting out of this. You get styling. This one even gives you hover capability. So as you hover over it, it'll adjust slightly, get some opacity. It'll kind of flash a bit when your mouse is hovering over each tab. It makes it really, really nice. We'll take a look at those. We'll add those to our app. Those are the main things I'm giving you. So you'll have those for your projects. And again, using those, hopefully you'll have enough kind of examples of components in React that you can use those as reference to see how you can change things and you can play with stuff. All right. This nav bar is also a stuck to the top nav bar. So it sticks to the top of the page.
So it's a sticky.
Yep, it's a sticky nav bar. Yep. I didn't give you guys the mobile friendly version of the nav bar, so I didn't give you guys that, but that's because that can take a little while to get into, and I don't really have the time for that. I might be able to give you, if I can find the time, I might try to add it to this project. So those of you who want to take a look at it and try to understand it can, but there probably won't be a lesson on it. Which what I have is I do have a version of a navbar that will will collapse into a burger menu. So you'll get one of those menu buttons. So I do have one. I just haven't made it reusable yet. It's very much bound to the project that it was created for. And I've been wanting to, it is something I've been wanting to do with that is actually extract it to be a common component so I can use it because sites nowadays, almost every single site now has a burger menu for their nav bar when you work on either mobile or a smaller screen. So, all right. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and stop my screen so that anyone with any issues NPM getting this to run can share their screen. Mike, damn you.
Give me a bunch of errors here.
That's weird.
Did you do start or did you do? Oh, you did install.
I'm still downloading everything. I haven't run into any of those permission issues.
Huh. This version of NPM is compatible with lock file version at 1, but package lock isn't integrated with our version 2.
What version of Node? I mean, it shouldn't make a
Yeah.
difference, but usually when you
No.
install the Node, it installs the latest NPM version. So I don't know if
So
that
you can
needs-
also, I was going to have them actually just delete the package lock because you don't need that. That's what NPM generates.
Oh, true, too.
So on the left-hand side, we can scroll all the way down. See package lock.json, just delete
Sweet.
that. Yep.
All right.
And then try it again. We'll start with that. I don't think that's going to fix it, but I want to start there. Give it a fresh starting point. Did it do this last time?
No, last time I had no issues.
Oh, that looks better. There you go. Okay, yep.
Oh,
So
okay,
just
so
didn't
that's
like
it.
the lock file. Yeah. It's possibly that you need to update your NPM or node maybe, but I thought you guys might have installed the most recent versions. I don't know. That's another check on later, but
All right.
hey, it worked. That's fine.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any issues getting this project to run?
Not yet.
Start.
Like I said, for if you want to, you don't have to actually code from this point. You can just drag these folders, the common, the fa common, and the navbar to your React project as well. That you've been doing if you've been doing the code along. So you don't have to actually start from here if you don't want to and get this project to work. You can just copy over the common, the fa common, and navbar to your project, and you'll be good to go.
So if I were to open a secondary VS Code window, I can just drag those folders into the directory.
I don't know about VS Code to VS Code. I think so, but I've never actually done that from VS Code to VS Code. I usually just
Okay,
use my
gotcha.
Finder. Yeah, I usually just use my Finder.
Understood.
Yep, but it's possible. I haven't tested Visual Studio Code's folder, what it can do. All right, so we can close some of these down now. Let's close a bunch of these out now. Clean up our system. Clean up everything. All right, there we go. Let's back up. Where's notes? Here we are. So that want. This. All right, there we go. All right. So the first thing we're actually going to do though today is we're going to actually talk about React Router. And that means we need a new package. So one of the things that's really nice about React versus other systems like jQuery or others is the modularity of the system. A lot of the components are not included out of the box that you only need to bring in the things you're actually going to use. And so one of those items is the React Router DOM. So remember we brought in React and React DOM. We also need React Router. So I'm going to kill my project and do npm install npm I React -router DOM. React Router gives us the ability to actually change routes. So in our current project, we can start. Computer seems to think, oh, I do have this open over here. There it is. Whatever. So right now, our system only exists on localhost 3000. And if I do something like developers like that, it doesn't actually change the page. Everything still loads. It's going to load the entire page regardless. React doesn't, out of the box, does not care about the route. There is some code that you can do to pull from the route and actually do some stuff yourself. React Router takes care of that for you. It makes it easier for you and also allows you to load components for that, so you can really make sure your files don't get too massive. So React Router allows us to create routers and create routers. It's really the main thing, and load certain components based on the URL we are in, which can be really, really beneficial.
What was the exact call again? I think I just typed it in wrong.
No worries. It's, yeah, let me do this quick. Control L. There. npmi react dash router dash DOM. That's the command.
Got it.
Cool. What we're going to do here is we're actually going to create a new folder called routers under our components. So under components, I put it there. Yeah, put it there. Yeah, that's what I like it. Because it is a component. So under components, new folder. Why does it do that? Okay, that's a cursor. Routers. And in here, we're going to put at least one router. There's one router that is your root router, and then you can put other mini routers as well. So you can have nested routers as well. Most commonly, especially for websites, you'll tend to have one main router. But yeah, you can have multiple. This way you can have your, if you want to have your guest pages under one router, your logged in screens on another router, and your admin screens on another router, you can do that. That is something that is allowed. File. The root router or the main router tends to be called app router. That way you know it's the router for the whole app. And other ones are named based on their subroute. So how you would work nested routers is that they would fall under a slash. So we could have a slash developers router, and all the routes after that would be under that router. So the app router is all the routes that are under the slash or the root controller. So under here, anything here is controlled by app router. If we wanted to, we could create a nested router that handles all the developer screens, and that'd be under the developer subrouter. Do you need to do those? No. But is that a thing you can do? 100%. And that's the thing that's really interesting about a lot of these. You can be as modular as you want, but you don't have to do those things. For the app router, we'll bring some stuff in. So first thing first, we're doing React. So import React from React. Import routes and route from React router DOM. And again, I can't remember if this is a package of mine, but just in case you forget what you're bringing in, what I do want to showcase quick with this kind of cool curly bracket thing, if you do the import first, so you do the import bracket, you put the item here, you can actually see what's inside of it. So you can see route and I can also confirm with that. So it will, if yours doesn't pop up, that might mean you do need that npm IntelliSense that I have, that extension that I have. So remember, I have the npm IntelliSense package, these two right here. That way it's intelligent with the npm stuff of these. These are npm packages. So anyway, there we go. And that's it for now. We are going to create a home component in a second, but we'll do that in a second. Next, app router. Router very rarely takes any props, so I'm going to leave it blank. But if you do ever decide to send it some props, you'll need to put that in there. For the moment, you don't have to write props here. I will say that. And so you might see that in some of the common components I gave you. But if you don't actually utilize the props, you don't actually have to give it props. Style. Wait, we have a nav bar, right? So we can just bring that in. Hold on. We're going to bring the nav bar in because we want this actually be outside of the. We want this outside of the actual router. So we're that and then do import bar. Bar. So right now we haven't done anything with the two items we brought in from React Router DOM because we want the nav bar to be present on every single screen, right? We want that nav bar always visible. So we're actually going to put it in before we do the routing controller. Bring the routing system. Nav bars there. Let's actually do the nav bar. Again, I'm going to bring in another div for this, the styling of it, which is going to make sure what this div is going to do is going to push down all of our content to right below the nav bar. So this div style, use the one I gave you. My nav bar goes 75 pixels high. So this nav bar that I give you, if you make no changes to the styling as is, it is 75 pixels high. That's the height of it. So top 5 px. Again, what this does is going to push down all of the page's content down 75 pixels by start by giving it a 75 pixel gap. So that way, when it first loads, all your data is present. As you scroll, it'll just scroll up naturally. It's not going to mess with any of the scrolling. It just gives us a nice little buffer of 75 pixels before any of our page content loads. So that way the nav bar doesn't cut anything off at the top. Now we're ready to do our navigation. We'll do routes. Now I'm going to go ahead and do route path root directory. We're going to do an exact match. So only if we are exactly here on this page. If we're doing anything slash something, we don't want this component to load. And so it's interestingly different about between Java Springboot and the router here. And for anybody who did do Express, for example, with Java, we know that as soon as one path is matched, Java stops, right? Mm-hmm. As soon as Java sees one valid path, it's like, hey, this matches where they are, it's going to do that route and stop. What React Router DOM does instead, if you don't have this exact keyword here, it's going to match every single route it can, and so all of them. So for example on that, before I put the exact in, yeah, dang it, I can't do this until I have this. Let's do this way. So we're going to do that. Even though it doesn't exist yet, we're just going to create some very basic components as a way of placeholders. I'm going to show you how those look. I'm going to do really, really fast, and these are just placeholders. We're just going to create some placeholders that just have the name of the component in it. So components, new file, home. I didn't mean to do a file. That's fine. We'll do a folder. It's going to yell at me because I already have a file. So correct this. Sorry. New folder. Folder. Home, new file. .js. All I'm going to do here is, so like I said, we're just going to have this display a h1 tag with the word home in it. We'll do these and then we'll go back to the app router and you guys can copy the React router. So these ones are quick. That's it. That's all these do for the beginning. default. So I'm going to cheat by copying this and putting that in my news file as well. So file. Side by side, so you guys can see it. Finish that yet? Stop there for a second, make sure we have these two, and then I'll go back to app router.
Yes, please.
So Cliff?
Yep.
I'm just eating, so that's why my camera's off there.
All right.
I'm almost done, but these little components you built right here, right?
Yeah.
Are these the minimum ones, like the where would the const home would be replaced by would be say class home and then export as home?
Again, any component you do can be done as a class one, but no, this is just a placeholder.
This is, but you would change the const to a class and this would become like a class base. But I'm just saying that this is like the basic small component you can make.
Yeah, this is the smallest component you can make. And
Okay.
that's why it's perfect for like a placeholder. So you have that the component exists, so you can use it in parent components until you can actually build it out. So that's what we're doing here. We're putting these two here because our app router needs these two in order to create the routes for them, but we don't have the time yet to build it out because we're still building the app router first. So we're putting these here so that these items exist. We're gonna build them later. We just need them to exist.
Now, are these the buttons that are going to be on your navigation bar?
These are not the buttons. No, this is the content.
Okay.
The buttons are we're gonna look at those in a second. They actually might already exist on the stuff I gave you. We already have some buttons there, but we're gonna clean those up. So yeah, we're gonna clean those up in a second and put the correct bars there.
You keep saying routes, and I'm thinking that when you click on the button, it obviously has to pull a route to be nowhere to
Yeah.
go.
Yep. So yeah, these items are not these items are detecting a route and saying, if we're on this route, display this. If we're on this route, display that.
Okay.
The nav bar, which I'm going to go back to in a second because we're not ready yet, I'm going to show you how to actually create the buttons. So this has nothing to do with the nav bar itself. This is just what the page content should be based on the route. So what this does, like I said, you can imagine this like a switch statement. And what it does is it goes through each item in the list and says, if this qualifies, display this element. If the path qualifies this, display this element, this component, which I honestly, I will admit, I hate the fact they use the word element, it's not component, but I didn't build it. But yeah, that's kind of what this does. The buttons are in the nav bar, and I'll show you where those, we haven't built those yet, technically. I realize that my nav bar has some buttons already in there. We're gonna fix them. Does everybody have the home and news working? At least, or has the home and news ready? Is our home and news components good? So I can pull up app router again. All right, so back in app router, we're gonna go ahead and import these two items. So I'm gonna go ahead and do import home /home/home news from news. Export. So far, so good.
Yes.
Before we actually bring this into our app.js, though, I do actually want to create the buttons. So let's go back to our nav bar. If you scroll down here, you'll see 3 nav buttons. These are just kind of placeholders that I put in. What's funny is that this one is valid. That one we're actually going to use. So that is fine. That's actually going to give us our home route. So when they click on the button that says home, it's going to send them back. It's going to send them to this URL. This is server specific. So it's going to add in your prefix to your server, your host automatically. So always be aware of that you don't need to define your host on a system. So you don't need to put like localhost or anything like that because that's going to change depending on where you host it. So when React loads, it's going to determine where its host is and it's going to use that by default.
Ooh. Yep.
Which this is something similar you can do with A tags on a site naturally. This is just built into HTML by default. So same concept there. Yep. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to get rid of these two. I don't know if I probably didn't need to delete them, but it's good to get the practice to type them out yourself. Tab button 2. So again, our destination path. This one we go to news. That's the label. News. And these are self-closing.
So I have a quick question while you're doing your while you're doing the buttons.
Go for it.
I was gonna ask it yesterday, but I actually forgot. Is React the same as like other CSS libraries where you would, if you wanted to change something about it, you would just go in and change it, by the CSS file? Like if I wanted my buttons to look a specific way, is it better to do the inline like you've been showing us, or should I just go to the CSS and target it there?
I can't say this is a better way of doing it technically. It's the argument of where you would put things could be the same argument you can do for just an HTML page, whether you put it in the tag or within the CSS file. For one-time use items, where this CSS is only used inside of that component, I like putting it in the component, especially when it's then transferable to other items. If the styling is in the component, then that component can be transferred to another site, another project, without having to bring the CSS file with it. The CSS file for me should hold project-specific CSS code, not component-specific code. So I like putting the project-specific CSS in the CSS file. And a lot of those, and I put the CSS there that's going to be used by multiple components. When it's a component-specific item or non-project specific, I keep that code in the component so that that component can go to another project on its own with no other additional work from me. I don't have to edit another file. And so that's where I see how React works a little bit different than HTML and CSS, but that's kind of the same kind of argument there. If it's CSS, you're only going to use for one element. I tend to put that CSS on the element. No need to make my CSS file massive. It's not going to, it just makes that CSS file more annoying to go through or create multiple CSS files where there's just a single element there. But as soon as I have like, CSS items that are used by multiple, I will create.
Then you would go.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I want to target every button in my project, go to CSS. If like what you did with the whole red button for the delete, that's singular.
Yep.
Okay.
And
so that's
I will
the same
say
as
you
regular.
can, and with these you can also do classes as well. So if you want to, like, you probably recognize IDs from HTML and classes; those do exist. So you can still have an ID, which is an HTML attribute. Class, I will clarify as class name. Just be aware of that. So you want to do a HTML class, it's class name, not class, because classes are reserved by JavaScript. So you just have to do class name, but that's the identical to the HTML attribute class. And then your CSS code can attach to those with the dot and the hash symbol.
What I would point out, what I would point out though is that since React is since it's very dynamic, you can certainly pass like attributes like the styling as variables. So when they go through class to class, or depending on what your situation is, you could just pass the variable. It'll change the color. It'll change anything on the fly. So you don't have to. You can just you can keep that within the code. You don't have to have a style sheet for that, unless you know it's going to be changed permanently and you're not going to change it at all. Then that's one different thing. But if you're dynamically doing it.
And the last little thing I can add on to that is with React, you can even have just style.js instead. And that can just be an exported object with a bunch of keys that are then contain the styling for that key. And so you can bring them in that way. So there's multiple ways to handle CSS in React. You can do it.
May I give my 2 cents?
Variation. Okay, all right, go for it. Do you actually do React?
So what I found for myself that's easier, it's like every time that you have a different component for a page, like for instance, you have the home.js, and then you're gonna have a news, and then you're gonna have like every part of the React, you just create a different CSS file for that specific part. So it's easier for you to find exactly what are you looking for. Because if you do just one file, it's gonna be a whole mess. You're gonna struggle to find exactly what you want.
Actually, that's a good point, Everton. Yeah, you also don't have to do any inline CSS at all. You can just create a CSS file for each JavaScript file, each component. So you can have a home.js and a home.css, and you would just do what you saw in the app.js file here. where they import that CSS file. And so that'll then bring it in and use it.
But on that situation, you would import on, like, for instance, if you create a home.js, you import on that home.js and home.css, you import on the home.
Yeah, you would do the import
right there. Yeah.
home home CSS here, and that would bring in that one there. So there's multiple ways to tackle HTML, CSS with a React system. And really what I would say is it's going to be more based on, one, what the company prefers, and two, what you're familiar with, what makes more sense to you. I personally like the JavaScript inline. It works nice for me. I like those, and it minimizes how many CSS files I have. And again, for me, it can help to make sure that I can just bring that one component over. I can just bring over my button component as is by itself with nothing else, and it's all there. So that's why you'll see me doing it that way. 100%, there's like 3 or 4 different ways you can do CSS in React. Probably actually 5 or 6 different ways, honestly.
Well, I was
and
thinking
again,
of
we're not even touching base on bringing in Bootstrap or Materialize or any of the other styling frameworks that are out there. That
so you
can
can
be
bring
run.
those.
The cool stuff is there.
So you still can use those with React.
100%. Yep.
Okay. I thought
Yep.
React was a bundle of its own.
No, React is a framework.
Okay.
Yep. Slightly different. It's not a library. jQuery is a library, which gives you access to stuff and just some other methods and functions. React is a framework. So again, there's a lot of things that are happening under the hood that you don't see. Very similar to what Spring Boot and JPA did with all of its annotations. There's a lot happening that you don't see.
Ah, terminology.
Yep.
So yeah, so just one quick note and we go on, but like for Materialize, there is the Materialize library, but someone else built a React-Materialize, which brings like the button in automatically as a like tag. They crunched it down to like more React friendly type of thing. So
ooh, I'm going down
Bootstrap,
that route.
they did that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys can definitely go and look at that stuff. Like I said, I'm just giving you guys the basic understanding of React so that you guys are dangerous enough again to go and learn more about it and figure out how you want to use it. So I'm trying to give you guys enough to, I'm trying to make sure you guys know enough to start fiddling with it and start playing with it and start experimenting with it. So this should be everything we need with our nav bar. And now we just need to make sure our app.js actually uses it. So we're going to clean this up a little bit. We're no longer going to use the counter, our handle clicks, and our handle reduce, because we're going to get rid of those buttons now. Because, well, not really, actually. We're going to move that to home. Now that I think about it. Sorry. Let's actually do that. Let's put all this in home. So we still have a home screen that shows this. So there's some content there. So what I'm going to do is have home on this side. Over here, we're going to go ahead and we realize we want the counter system. We need to bring in use state. So let's go over here and do comma. Why is that staying there? Go away, please. Thank you. Use state. Let's bring in these 3 things right here. We're going to bring in our use state, our click handle, and our handle reduce. Let's actually cut those out. There, put those in. And then down here, I'm going to take all this content here, not the parent div, all the body information. I'm going to cut that out and put that under the H1 home, which is not going to let me because I don't have anything else there. So I'm going to move this down there into the div. There we go. And that should make it happy. Why is it not happy?
It doesn't like you.
No, it doesn't. I don't know why. I like it. Oh, no. Oh, this is a separate div. That's why. So we do still need a parent div, which we can probably still, actually, let's do not that. I can actually probably take all of this, actually, copy it all, except for, oh, no, I don't want the class name. No, that's fine. Copy everything from the home, from the app for now. Paste it in here. Remove the class name from the div. So here, above the button, let's go ahead and add our H1. There we go. What's the last thing we need to do? to make this work? What's it yelling at us for?
Your tags.
It wants my tags button. Counter boxes. Want those in there. So let's import those. Import button. Import counter boxes. Everything goes right. Yeah, counter boxes. There it is. Yeah. As for back in the app.js, we're going to do some cleaning up of here. App.js really shouldn't have anything really in here overall. So I'm actually going to get rid of the style and the styling here. Oop. I also don't want to have, what is it? This is something I like to do when I finally get to a real React project. I don't want the class name either, because if I have the class name, it's going to bring in some of the default CSS from app CSS, and I don't use any of this stuff. I actually clean this out later. If I want something, I'll actually clean this out. But as I've said before, I'm not a fan of the CSS file. I like seeing my CSS there. So that's just a personal preference thing I do. If you like the CSS files, use them. If you like SCSS and you know it, go ahead and use it. I'm just not a fan of the CSS file. Anyway, so those are gone. And actually, I'm just going to clean up everything here because we're actually going to use 2 new tags. We're not going to use any of these tags. So app.js is going to get completely redone.
And you just said no SCS.
What's that?
It said, and you said no CSS. There's plenty of sass right
I
there.
was gonna say, yeah, you can use SCSS.
I was being funny. I said there was plenty of sass right there. You're like, nah, we're not using any of this.
Got it. Yeah, I'm a little sassy when it comes to CSS. I still can't get over that. That's what it's actually called. The day I learned that, I literally face palmed, and I don't usually. I was like, really? That's the name you came up. For anybody who, again, isn't familiar, SCSS actually stands for Sassy CSS. That is the naming of it. It is nothing technical or anything fancy. It is literally named Sassy CSS. SCSS is a Sassy CSS file. Anyway.
Oh, suave.
Could have been spicy.
Oh, God, no. I know that there is much worse they could have done, but I'm still just like, oh my God, that's the best you can come up with. Anyway, we're going to keep use effect because we're still using it, even though we're probably going to move this later to our news component. We're going to keep it here for the moment. If you don't have this, that is fine. You don't need it for this to work. I just still have that. So use effect, we're going to bring in, no, not those, sorry. We're going to bring in our React router stuff now. So import that. React router DOM, Jeremy was dropped. And here we want to bring in the browser router. Pretty understandable, right? This is a router, and what this is a service provider that allows for React router DOM to even work. So without this, React router can't even do anything. So this is the kind of the parent system that makes React router work at all. This itself, on its own, doesn't actually display or do anything. It's actually called a service provider. And this is the terminology we're going to touch base a little bit later tonight, possibly when we get to authentication. We're going to create our own service provider that will allow the entire website to have access to the authentication token. We need to make sure that all of our pages have access to the authentication token. And so there's a concept in React called service providers, which allows you to create a component that doesn't display anything, that doesn't show anything, but allows for child components underneath it to pull this data when it needs it, while other components, other child components, don't even know it exists. And so we'll talk about it a little bit later, because again, passing state down the chain of components was a problem that used to exist in old React before React hooks with service providers became a thing. You need to use a tool called Redux for that. But now we have a better tool for that, which again, we will talk about when we get to that. But browser router is a service provider. It provides the capabilities for the router or the routes component we used in our app router to actually work. Without this, they won't work. After that, we also need to bring in our new app router. So import app router, and then we have everything we need for our app.js. When we do return, browser router. For all intents and purposes, this should be, go ahead.
Is browser router different from router?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Browser router, like I said, is the service provider that allows router to even work.
Okay.
So because you can have multiple routers, that's the thing to keep in mind. You can only have one browser router. And browser router must be the parent component somewhere above all your routers. It has to be above all your routers so that it can provide the resources. So browser router, from my understanding, without going too under the hood, is what actually pulls the router information.
I don't. I
Oh, there it goes.
remember.
Provides the cleanest URLs. You can see that right there. Provides the cleanest URLs. So this is what pulls URLs so that the routers can use it.
Yeah, I remember bringing it in, but I don't remember using it as a tag that I had to use. Whatever.
This is my way of, yeah, this is how I know to use it. So
Yeah.
Could there be another way of using it? Definitely. We've already touched base on that before. There's like 5 different ways to do the same stuff. I'm showing you the way I know. So there you go. With this, we should now be able to save our project and have a new version of the product, which now I don't have mine running because I wanted to show the exact code again. So now npm. All right.
Mine has an error when I ran it.
Oh no. Do I have an error? I do not have an error. Okay, good. Yeah, you're hopefully going to see this, but I'm actually expecting more, but weird. I'll check that in a second. Anyway, let's take a look at the errors.
Sure.
Oh, that should be a colon because that's an object.
Oh, right. I should have spotted that.
All good. I'm just glad that was an easy one. Anybody else? So now I gotta find out why this isn't loading. This should be loading. Oh, actually, that's all my stuff saved. That might help too. Everything's saved. No?
Well, now I don't have an error, but it's not showing anything.
Oh, it is there. It's just, it's not, oh, I'm not getting the padding. Why is the padding not showing up? Padding there. Where's the padding for the nav bar? Why is it not there? Hold on. This. I'm not getting this, if you like.
Don't see your screen.
You don't? Oh, I didn't start sharing again. Sorry.
I don't see it either.
No, you don't. Yeah. I stopped sharing so that Matt could share his error message. I forgot to start showing after. So we got this, which if I look here, I can actually see that I do see my home there and there the buttons are. So they're there. They're just underneath the nav bar for some reason. Not sure why they're stuck there. They should be pushed under because of this right here, the margin top 75 pixels. I'm trying to figure out here.
Is it because I don't know this doing anything? Is it because the width is also in the same parentheses for the 75 pixels under navbar?
Not quite, because that just tells it to take up the whole width, the whole the
Oh,
100% of the width. Yeah, that's width, not height. So. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. I did that wrong. You are 100% right. I forget there should be a double quote there, and double quote here. Nice catch. As soon as you said that, I'm looking like, no, that should be fine. Yeah, no, that was 100% it. Thank you. Beautiful. That was an invalid margin. It wasn't going to use the margin at all. There it is. Not exactly what we want to see, but it's there. Do that. Yeah, it looks nicer. All right, cool. So I just moved the home H1 above the second div in the home component. So we'll stop here, and then anyone who doesn't have either the dev connector top with the home and news, we're going to switch this to Geeky Likes in a second. We have home and news, home, loading, and click me. And the clicks should still work. If anyone does not have this, please let me know. I can pull up certain files
Can you go back to the browser so I can make sure?
Okay.
The only thing I don't have is the home tag.
So here.
Yeah,
this?
the label right there.
Sorry, we'll make sure we confirm the home on the nav bar or the home above the buttons.
The home between the bar and the buttons. That which you have
So
selected.
the label,
right there.
okay, the title.
Yes.
Got it. The H1 tag. All right. So take a look at your home.js.
Mhm.
Mine is line 25. You want to see this H1 home tag between the first
I do
and
have
second
that.
divs. And is it saved? All right. Well, in that case, let's share your screen. Oh, also, what I would do is probably right click on one of the buttons and do inspect, and then take a look to see if there is a home tag here like this. See if it's showing up in the inspector just hidden behind the nav bar or something. I'm thinking you might have my error with the nav bar.
Yep. There
I
it is.
have the
So-
home. Mine is just small.
Gotcha. We'll check on
It's
that in a
hidden
second.
behind the navigation bar.
We just found a bug in my app router, so go back to app router quick. These were all covered. This was all covered in a single pair of double quotes. Make sure your width is there's a double quote after the PX before the comma.
I was gonna ask about that, and I thought you knew what you were doing, so I didn't.
I totally thought I knew what I was doing, but I did something wrong.
Now it's
So
yelling at me
Yep.
some more.
and there's gonna be another double quote before the 100 on width. So the
Oh,
100%
right.
needs to be
Yeah,
wrapped in a double
that's
quote.
it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because 100%
Okay.
is not actually a number recognized by JavaScript. Check it again.
And now, no, it's still there. It's just covered by the. That's odd.
I can show. And for the one that has a small home, just make sure you're using an H1 tag.
Yep, I was using a capital I. By
That'll
accident.
do it.
Don't know how they messed it up, but
Okay, so that's what I have. It is here.
Hidden. All right. And I don't see the padding. Oh,
It says
PX, not
75
PIX.
on line 12.
Oh,
yeah.
It should be PX.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, PIX
Okay.
is not a thing. So then
There it is.
What the browser will do is not do it. So if you have an invalid item, so I want to actually show something quick with that. Go back and do that
Oh,
again. Put that back
yeah,
to
of
PIX.
course.
So I want to go show you guys some debugging tools on that. 'Cause I was going to do it with mine, but then I forgot about it. So put the PIX back.
Mhm.
Go back to your browser
Mm-hmm.
after you save that and reload it. There it goes. It's hidden. So now click on that. Find that home in your inspector.
Sure.
There it is. So click on that for a second. You see that there. Now go up to a little bit right there. See that with the width 100%? You see that should have our PX there. So click on
Oh,
it.
right. Yep.
And oh, it's not showing it. God damn it. What it normally would do on the right-hand side here, as I was expecting it, it was actually going to show the information, but show it as incorrect. It would actually have a slash through the value and have a yellow exclamation point saying invalid item. So what I will still show, just in case you do see it. So click on the element in there, click inside element. And so, there you go. And let's go ahead and do margin top. That'd be margin dash top in this case. Do colon and do your 75 PIX. No double quote here needed. Yeah. And enter, and that's what I was trying to see. This will show you that you have an invalid property, and what the browser does when you have an invalid property is straight up ignores it and doesn't do it at all. So that's something that it'll do.
And go back on, now you can go back on top and change take the eye
You can
out.
just re-click the other.
Oh, I
the-
can
the
do it up
existing.
here?
Yeah, you can click the existing to change it. Yeah, so just double click. There you go. Go to the eye, and there you can see. And this is again a way you can check to see what the correct value should be to make it work. And this is also what Jim mentioned last week about editing your CSS here in your browser, so you can figure out what your CSS should be for your code, because you can see in real time what it does.
Thank you.
No problem. Anybody else having any issues with their page? Not looking right.
Again, you can learn a lot about CSS if you just go to like CNN, Google, go to any website and just inspect them. You can
Mess
see
with them.
and you can
Yeah.
get ideas.
And not only that, you can also mess with them, change stuff, and then show your family, hey, look at this news article that totally says I was on the moon. Like it's on CNN. It totally means it's real.
Amuse your friends at Christmas time. Make fake news pages and present them.
That's hacking.
No, you just tell them you became a writer for The Onion and this was your first submission.
It's not hacking if you don't submit it.
It's only hacking in Alabama.
I was going to
Or
say that.
wherever
Yeah.
it was.
Again, we're in Rhode Island. It's not hacking here.
Once you totally do the page, you close it, you lose it all.
Yeah. That's it. Just be ready for if you do share with a family member, be like, I can't find this. Where is it? Be like, you're not going to find it because it wasn't real. So yeah.
That is one of the best way for you to debug stuff.
Was that Eridan?
I think that's the best way for you to debug stuff. You just, if
Yeah.
there's one part of the CSS is not working right, you just go there, change right there. Oh, this is my, there you go.
100%. I'll do like if it's something that I can see very obvious, I'll just switch it in the code. But if I'm not sure how the CSS should be to make it look the way I want, I will do the editing here because I can also edit multiple tags at the same time to see what it should be. And once I get the view I want, then I will take it and go back to my code and update the code. Because I can't see real time when I'm editing the code, but I can see real time here as I click on elements here and change the elements here. I can also see what parent tags are passing behavior down. So I can see that on this element here, on my div element here, while the element.style is affecting it, we also see that there's a scroll behavior being injected by the style sheet, probably CSS, on HTML tag and on all tags. And then when you see this, by the way, user agent style sheet, that means the browser is doing this. The browser is doing that to you. And so that's something that you haven't done yourself. And most browsers now have default style CSS in their system, like p tags and stuff to make them look better. So just be aware of that the p tags have their own built-in CSS that's being provided. We saw that with our buttons, just to clarify that, just to remind you guys of that a little bit kind of quick. Right here, P. You can see right here, the user agent is adding the display block. It's adding and it adds a bunch of margins automatically to it that we did not add. So that's why there's margins on this in there already, which you can take advantage of. But you can also use that to say, oh, I like this look. I should probably add these margins here to my button so that every browser looks the same. So your Internet Explorer, Edge, or Safari might not add these margins, and so your buttons might look different on Safari and on Explorer and on Firefox if you rely on the user agent styling. Just be aware of that. All right.
Also, if you have a file for CSS, it's gonna say right there which one the file.
Which file it came from. Very good point.
At the bottom, though, after that one, the bottom, when you click on the page, it tells you you see the index CSS added.
Good clarification. Yeah, the element style is the inline styling, and then there's a styling coming from the CSS file. It'll show up like this with the name of the CSS file here.
Yeah, I think if you click on the back page, it pops right up. If you actually click on the white area.
Probably, but
just click on the page itself. I just saw it when you had it.
Oh yeah, body. Sorry.
Yeah, it had like body down here.
Yeah, there it is. Index CSS. Yep.
Yep, there it is, and it's all the body. It's all in.
Beautiful, and the line number too. So it shows you it and the line number where that item starts. Good, good, good. All right, cool. Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot again. There's more. We could spend a lot more time on that. I'm going to try to spend as little as I can because we have more stuff to get into, and we're already at 7 o'clock. Well, that's actually not as late as I thought it was. Yay! But this is more we want to get into. So first and foremost, now we have our routing system. You don't see that in use yet because we're on the home screen, which is our default route. Let's click on news for a second, and we see news. I was expecting to see more though. Did they fix it? That'd be amazing if they did. It didn't load the home screen. That is awesome. They must have changed the behavior on that because technically we still have the root route here. And so I was expecting this to still qualify because I didn't put the word exact here. Exact usually tells it to match this exact path and no child paths should also still load this. But there are ways that with the route, you could actually load multiple components at the same time, depending on different routes. So it seems like they may have changed that behavior though, which is kind of nice. I might have to look into how the behavior works now. But if they've changed it, that is much better. That's the behavior I expect, that it should only match one and only one, and it should be exact by default. That might be what they changed actually. That makes more sense. exact is probably default now, and I would have to do exact false now in order to get the behavior that was there before. So I'm not going to do that though, because I don't like that behavior. If you want to have multiple items load based on the routes, you can definitely look into that by just looking at the React Router DOM documentation to see what other powers React Router gives you. This is the behavior I liked and the behavior I wanted that I was going to try to teach you guys how to use. I'm glad I don't have to do that now because this just works like that out of the box, which is much, much better. Anyway, so we can see we go to news, we see our news items, we go back home, we have our home, and now we have routing in our page. So far, so good. All right. Click on these, let's get those. But now let's do our next thing. We're going to actually build out our news page. We actually want to have our news page show a spinner or show it loading. Actually, we're not going to do spinning, so we don't have to do font awesome, but we're going to have it show loading with 3 dots, and then it's going to go ahead and do an API call to our system that we're already technically doing, pull down the 20 news articles, and then display those 20 news articles using those boxes that we have, using our border box. Sound good? Let's take a look at that. So first thing I'm going to do is create a new file called article. Yes. And what is the purpose of this component if you had to take a guess?
Displays articles.
Articles or displays what? Think of the name of it.
It gets a article or displays
Not
a
get, displays one article, right?
One article.
This one's going to display a single article, but then we'll have before we get an articles component that will display all of them. To import React from React. Article. Props. And this is going to, what this is going to do is actually accept a single article object as a component. And so this is expecting a props article. I'll also clarify that there is a way in React to tell React what, or tell your system what sort of props this requires and what data type they should be. So that when you're in here, you can see on the div tags and stuff like that, or when you did the space, when you do here, you go space, you do STY, it actually recommends style. There is a way to tell your components to do that and how to do it. I'm not going to cover that today, because again, I'm trying to cover basic stuff. I might include that on Thursday's bonus class, so that you have that for that, but that's not needed for you guys to do what you need to do. Just be a way we could actually set up something that will expect a object under a props.article and will actually require it. That we cannot do an article component unless there's an article prop. It requires that prop in order to work. Requires in a props.article. If we look back to our news API, which now I need to pull back up because I forgot I closed that over the weekend. .org. Documentation. Start it. There it is. Okay, cool. We can take a look at the results again. Look at it, did long BN. Nice. Take a look at the results. We know that an article has this source ID, which we don't really care about at the moment. Maybe we might use that. We might use this one on our system to be able to show the source. And we have source, author, title, description, a URL, and a URL to image, and a published at content. So there's a couple of things we do. For the beginning, I think we'll just do title and description to start. Just to see if we can print those. If we can print those, we can then add more stuff like a URL to click on. Maybe we can bring in the image with an image tag. Those are things we can do later. But for the beginning, let's just see, can we bring in the title and the description to start? Right? Make sense? Let's do that. So one thing we can do is we can actually do deconstruction to make our life easier. But I'll show that later in a second. Let's do return. We'll go ahead and use our border box. So border card, sorry. Use our border card to get a nice block around it, nice hover block on it. We'll start with, let's do an H2 tag. Again, this is stuff, what I'm doing right now, like the content, how to display the content, like what tags to use on the border card. This is all up to you and how you want the visual to look. So don't think like you have to do it this way, but just, yeah. Page 2, I'm going to do a props article title. And then bring a p tag in, props article description, I think I said right? Yeah, description. That's a good simple starter just to see, can I get it to display something? If I really wanted to, I could also do a small props article source name just to see where it came from. And small just means like subscript. It's tiny script. That could be a good starting point, right? We can get this to post, then we can always add more and add some styling and make it look nicer. But let's just see if we can at least get this to display first. And again, the one benefit we get is if we can display this with one of them, by editing one of these, we edit all of the posts. So that's what's really nice about it. We can use this first as our MVP just to see, can we get this to display something? And if it can, we can then add in our styling that will then affect all of the articles instead of just one at a time. Default article. Now let's make our articles component, which is going to be in charge of getting the articles and displaying them all. Or maybe not. Well, no, news will probably get the articles. Yeah, news will probably get the articles. Maybe. Well, we can decide on that. Right? Trying to think. What do I want to do with that? Yeah, I usually have, yeah, I think the articles would get it. And that makes more sense to me. Right? Yeah. Let's do that. All right, so news, new file. Why does it do that? It takes my cursor somewhere else sometimes. Articles. Yep. All right. Yeah. Those. Don't know if we need props yet on this one for the moment, so we'll keep it blank for the second. And we'll do what I'm going to do quick is I'm going to go back to our home screen for a second, and I want to grab this little div right here, which is where our counter boxes are. This is a nice listing system. Grab that, copy it, and paste that here. Do that. I also want to do a content. Yeah, we'll play with that more as once we have content in there. Once we see that there's data, we'll go ahead and play with this a little more to make sure it looks nice. And I'm going to go ahead and add myself a comment. It says, means if I want to display a bunch of articles, what do I need?
You need a list?
We need two things. Yeah, there's two things we need. We definitely need the articles themselves. We need to pull the articles down from the system. And we also need to have a function to iterate through our collection of articles to then print the article components to map them out. So the first thing we need to do though, is get the articles. And so instead of me going back to my app.js and pulling that code there from you guys, I'm going to walk you through it again so you actually can go along with me this time. Mm-hmm. So we're going to go ahead and first do an import Axios from Axios. All right.
A quick question on this. When I was doing like my cryptocurrency and my other projects, I usually have like all the Axios like in all my calls, all my different ones called in a separate component. And I would
Right,
just
that was your action handler and stuff with Redux.
And then I would just call in here. I would just call the function just to call, and then I'll have return and do it. Is it now?
Because
like
we no longer
contract-
use Redux, we don't need that anymore.
Well, no, I wasn't using Redux at all, but I was just saying
Yeah.
I put like in like quote services. I put all my Axios, all my logic and stuff into a separate component file, and just called it in when I needed it.
That's something you can do. It's the only thing you
But I'm
can
just
do,
wondering
but yeah.
Yeah, but my question was more is that I've noticed like Axios is being called like in every component. That seems redundant, but yet is that a common practice to do that?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's something you do see. Yeah, because again, we're importing React into every single component, but it's not slowing our system down.
No, but it's just like, if you're calling if you're calling repetitive same gets in multiple components, wouldn't it be nice just to?
Yes, but again,
break
since
that out?
what I will clarify again though, before you get into too deep on that, because I
Yeah.
want to avoid too much of a rabbit hole.
No, I don't
Because
want-
you are using so because we're using Babel and a compiler, a lot of these actually, what happens at this is it's all put into a single file. But what it needs to do is we need to make that Babel needs to know that these items rely on it. So in case it does do broken up files, it breaks them up correctly. All you're doing is telling Babel what each file is relying on so that it can compile these things correctly. So don't forget that we are compiling this in the end. This does get compiled at the end, and you'll end up with pretty much a single built file. So these items are not going to affect your system at the end.
Yeah, I just didn't want to make it look so repetitive. Like, why are these all over the place? Why don't you OPP?
That's
put
common.
everything into its own little containers and run
Yeah.
them. Thing.
On one hand, I can understand, but if you do make a lot of Axios calls, that means that Axio file could get pretty big. What we're doing here, though, is we're making sure that each call is only where it belongs. I would make that, though, if those certain calls are being used by multiple components. So in this case, though, we're making sure that each call is where it's used. So if we need to fix our article system, we can go in here and just find that Axios call right in the component where it's being done.
Right. Okay.
So that's the main reason for it. But again, there's nothing wrong with doing it your way at all, and it's not going to change the performance of the system.
Mm.
It can change the readability and the organization of the system, but it's not going to change the performance.
Yeah, I just don't want to look like an amateur by putting repetitive coding all over the place.
Yeah, a single line of repetition is not small. But yeah, having repetitious looping and stuff like that is bad. But yeah, seeing a bunch of these is not going to be an issue.
No, but just the Axios call itself is always going to be, generally the same in each component by the way it's going to do an async. Just the general way you're going to be grabbing them, they're all relatively repetitive. So that's more what I'm looking at.
Anyway, use effect. And we're also going to bring in use state. We're not going to use that right away, but we are going to need it because, again, it'll make sense in a bit. Use effect. So again, use effect is a function that is going to run every time the component is rerun, or at least we check to see if it should run every time the component is re-rendered. How it works is you have a function, then you have your array of conditions of when it should run again. An empty array means it will run only once, whereas no array means it will run all the time. It'll run every single re-render regardless of what happens. It's always going to rerun. An array with something inside of it, meaning that it will say that it's going to monitor that variable called something. And if the re-render is triggered by this variable, if this variable changes, then this use effect will run again. So it's going to monitor this variable for modifications, and if that variable modifies, the use effect will then trigger. So far, kind of follow along. The most common one you're going to use is this one: a run once a run once on load. So when this component is loaded to the screen, it's going to run this. Last thing I'll say again to clarify: use effect is not an asynchronous item, but it can use asynchronous by creating an asynchronous function inside of it. I will warn that if you create the asynchronous outside of here, so async func, if you create this function here and you try to use it in here, it's going to yell at you that it's not monitoring it. So you'll have to put it here, and it still doesn't really like the idea of calling async func that it's not part of it. So it doesn't like it, you'll might get some warnings. It's very common to put the async function there.
What does
Last
the
little-
underscore
I was
before
going to
the
cover that
variable?
next. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I was about to ask.
So, yep. Underscore is a common syntax you might see for asynchronous functions. It's a way to hint to your other developers that this is an asynchronous function. So it is not a common practice for all people, but it is something I've been seeing that a lot of developers in React will do to showcase that this function is asynchronous, that it has that async keyword in it and has some await commands. So do you have to do it? Not at all, but it is a common practice you'll see React developers do. That's all it is. It's just a practice. So const here, get news. Like I said, this is just a common syntax for certain developers that if it's an async, I'll just spell it right. So if it's a function that has this keyword here, a lot of developers like to put the underscore underneath it as a way to tell other developers that that's what this is. That is an async function. What we're going to do here is we're actually going to do the Axios call. Actually, I will bring this here to make sure that I type in my localhost correctly for us. Yeah.
Does an async call need a try catch, or is that considered like
No, no. Any sort of what's called a promise method needs that. So so there is something in JavaScript called promises. I'm not going to get too deep into it. Mainly, a promise function is just a function that promises to complete or not, or it will fail and let you know that it failed. So if you're using a function that is called a promise function, you want to try catch. That way, if it fails, it will trigger the catch. And really, if anything in this code fails, it will run the catch. So even if you try to assign something or access data that doesn't exist, it will then roll over into the error and run into the catch. So try. I always do the try and then write the catch right away because this will yell at you until a try has a catch. JavaScript requires a catch on any try. It will yell at you if you don't provide a catch for a try. Be aware that, of course, this error message will not display to our users. So always be aware that in a more polished version of it, you probably would want something here to update our system, which I probably will actually show you a concept of that actually. So we'll hold on that for a second, but let's do this. So that's our message. For the moment, though, we do want to display it to our console link, at least so that we can see it during development. Now let's go ahead and do this. And common practice is that we're going to get a response from Axios. So we use res for response equals await. Axios, we want to use the get request. We want to use that URL from our IntelliJ project, which I have right here. We got to do the full URL, http://localhost 8080/API/test/news. And again, we just give it a category for the news we want. We'll say, hey, let's look up React. That's our query. Make sure it works. Console.log, our response.data. All right. We'll save this. Let's export it. Oop, what's up?
You use async and await instead. You either use those or you use the promise methods. Like those are either the two kind of popular choices.
I don't want to go too deep in that because I don't want to confuse the other students. But yeah,
I just want to no question on this. That's all. It's I don't want to go into
right. But let me speak about it though. So again, I'm just letting you know I'm not going to go too deep into it. But again, so I use this because it assigns it to a variable and it's a single line, and I don't have to do any sort of dot runs. Without this, I would have to do the dot then and dot catch and stuff like that. So I'd have to use the dot mesh methods, which can be a little more dizzying to use, and they require more lambda functions. Because then the dot then is a function and a dot else or whatever it was, I think it was dot catch as well, was an error function. So I found myself preferring this system a little more because I don't have to do a lot of dot notation and dot chaining. So I can just capture the data and continue on. But again, you can do those as well. You can handle the promises the way promises go. But I'm not going to review how to handle promises. So
No, I never used the async and await before, and I've always done the more provinces before. But
Yeah, I did for a while too, but then I found, like I said, these run a little nicer and a little easier to follow. So I've been using those moving forward. Anyway.
Cool.
Da, da, da. Yep. And the last thing we're going to do, of course, is actually call that function. So just for get news, do that. I'll forget that. And then we're going to export on the bottom. So right now, yes, this isn't going to display anything yet. So maybe no, we're not going to put anything here because we're just going to bring this in. We're not going to display anything. Oh, never mind. Actually, we can do loading. We'll display that for now. There we go. We can do that. Oh, we should probably wrap that into p tag. There you go. Just add that there for now. So it's going to indefinitely load right now, but at least we know that this component loaded, and we can always check our console now to see if this works. So first and foremost, everybody pull up your IntelliJ and make sure it's running. I don't think, nope, mine is. Run. Yeah, mine is still running. Good. Make sure to save all your files. So articles and article, make sure they're saved. Oh, my router isn't saved. Weird. Keep article on this side and articles on that side. So anybody who needs to catch up, you'll have the two open. Go, articles and article. Yes, a second. And then we'll add it to our news.js. Anybody need more time? Okay. So we're just going to pop over to news quick. Let's go ahead and import articles. Dang it. Articles. There we go. And underneath the H1 news, we'll go ahead and load articles. But of course, we're going to get told we can't do that because we no longer have any divs. So what I'm going to do here is go back to my home screen, which I closed. And I'm going to borrow this div. And we probably could even turn this into a component, a container component, but we'll do that later. That's fine. That way our stuff is centered. Our header centered and our articles will start, the box will be centered as well. Actually, I'm surprised. Actually, I'll go check my stuff because I feel like I'm missing a component called container. Which has this and with 100%. It's fine for a minute. Check on that later. What's up, Matt?
Mine, my news does not like the return at all.
Share your screen.
Sure.
Constant news. Is that a equal sign? Yeah, that is. Okay, those are equal signs.
If you look after
It's because you have an
Line
extra
12, you have another div closed.
you have
Oh, line 12.
Because it auto completes.
Yeah, it does. You get one too many brackets. Closing
Where?
angle bracket. Closing angle bracket.
Where?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right there.
Alligator.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
There we go. Then just fix your indentation with the H1 in articles, indent lines 13 and 14, and unindent line 12.
Indent line.
There you go. And it's pretty. It's still upset about something. Let's
Doesn't
scroll up a
work,
little bit.
but it's pretty.
Yeah. Just by content, that should be a colon again.
Oh, where is that?
That is
Line
on your
18.
and that says the loading screen. That says loading there, so that's under
That's in
articles.
articles.
There it is. Line
Oh.
18.
Wait, yeah.
Colon. Equal sign is correct for CSS, but not for JSX CSS.
Right.
That's why I'm not too. That's why I'm not like being like, how come you keep doing that? No, CSS uses equal signs, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it does.
I've
can't
not
remember.
used it. I don't know.
I can't remember. I could be wrong. I think it does use colons actually, so I don't know. Never mind. Anyway, share screen. So what you guys want to see this time when you're on your news page, make sure you click on news. If you're seeing the buttons, click on news. You see our news in the center, loading over here on the left. But in your terminal, under the console, under the right-hand side, you should see these guys, and you see the word articles here.
Yeah, we
Our
should
app,
probably,
my app is still loading it. I'm going to delete it from
Yeah.
app, but
probably get rid of
yeah.
it from there.
yeah, if you have that, you probably delete it from app, but I haven't done it yet. But yeah, it is currently loading it twice. So let me go do that now on my screen. And if you have it, you want to do that too. So head over to app.js quick, and we can now remove our get news use effect from app. We no longer need that. Means I can also remove line 3 and remove line 1 again. So I don't need those anymore. App.js is nice and clean again. Yay. Go, and now if I refresh the page quick, we'll see I only get one set of articles now. All right, so now we want to use this, right? We actually want to use this data. Again, I want to make sure it's very, very clear. Some of you might think in the beginning, let's go to news again, articles, sorry. Let's go to articles, stop popping up like that, thank you. Here, some of you might be thinking like, okay, we'll just do const articles equals an empty array. And that being used, yeah, good. And then over here, once I have it, I'll just go ahead and do articles equals response.data. And that's all I need to do. And then I can go ahead and use it in my next thing. While that makes sense in a standard JavaScript system, why is it yelling at me? Articles, oop, let. Yep, that's not ever used, which is fine. Yeah, why is that yelling at me? Yep, good. Yep. Lost after each render to preserve the value over time. You need to use a, yep, there's a bunch of things. So don't worry about reading that. The main thing here is we're using a variable that gets reset each time it re-renders. And the main thing to keep in mind is that variables are not tracked by React in order to decide whether it should re-render or not. So the very first time this gets loaded into the system, articles gets loaded, articles get set to blank, and everything here loads, including the loading sense. Because it will not wait for use effect to finish before doing this. That's what the async means. The async means that it'll run this, hit this variable, start running this, and as soon as it starts and hits this line here, while this is happening, it does not stop the rest of the code from being executed by JavaScript. So all this gets executed. Once this gets finished, it's going to update articles, but articles will not trigger a re-render, which will then tell it to reload anything here if it needs to. What does trigger re-renders in React is state. State triggers re-renders. When state changes, React knows to then re-render and determine if there's any changes and then to push those changes to the front end. So what we want to do actually is have an articles state. So we do const articles, set articles. Use state, and our initial item is going to be an empty array. Once we know we have our items, how we're going to tell it to change, we're going to do set articles to response.data. What that'll do is that'll change articles to the new array here. So this is a brand new array that isn't, we're not adding anything to our existing array, because again, we're not allowed to do that. we give it a brand new array. So there's a new reference articles. This array variable completely gets completely new information. React detects that and says, oh, I have articles has changed. Let me rerun this, re-render, go through this process. It will not run the use effect again because it's told on a re-render not to do anything. There's nothing it's monitoring for changing. So it doesn't notice anything. So it says, yep, nothing in my monitoring array for use effect changed. So I'm not going to rerun this code here. So it won't rerun this. It'll then update this system and then it'll look and say, has anything here changed? In our current system, nothing will have because we're not actually loading anything with article data. So nothing will actually get pushed to our front end system, but it will actually trigger the re-render. The virtual DOM will get updated. The virtual DOM will be identical to the actual DOM, and so nothing will actually get changed, but React does go through the processes. Once we add something here that does utilize the article state, it'll then start seeing changes and start making changes. That's what's happening under the hood. To make this look good, though, I also want to do this. Const loading equal to use state. I also want that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a ternary. Do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just gonna need a second on that.
No worries. I'm gonna give you guys a second. Yeah. As you're doing that, for further explanation for anyone who isn't fully sure why I'm doing this, I do want to, if let's say I do pull the news and I get an empty array back, I do want to show that I got nothing. I do want to show nothing. I don't want to show loading on an empty array. So I can't do a if articles is an empty array show loading, because then I might permanently show loading and then the user is going to get confused when loading never goes away. I want to actually show nothing. I could also do something on this side here in this area, put another ternary checking to see if not loading. So once I'm here and it's not loading anymore, I can check to say, hey, if article is empty, display the text, there were no results, or just show nothing. That shows, which can of course demonstrate that there's no results. So I have some options, but at minimum, I want to show loading only when I'm actually loading and actually looking for stuff, which means under the use effect, I'm going to add one final line. Loading to yes.
Oh.
Testing purposes, just one placeholder. Okay. Yeah, the parenthesis there. Oh, right. It doesn't like that there. Eh. Look good. So let's see this in action. By saving it, going back to my browser, I'm going to refresh, and you should see very, very quickly loading. Because we're doing something very simple, it shouldn't last very long. Yeah, it did not last that long. That clicked away very, very quickly. But you can see that it was there, it got it, and then it showed got articles. So that is working. The loading system's working. We know that the set loading is working. So as soon as it gets the articles and that set loading runs, it re-renders the page, notices that it should be that this should be present on the virtual DOM. It sees gut articles in the virtual DOM, but loading on the normal DOM. And so it pushes the gut articles in there, but doesn't modify anything else. Let's do the last little bit of actually looping, of actually writing the code that's going to loop through our articles state and display each article component. Do you remember the name of the method for that? What we should call that And that's under, if anyone is not sure, you can use the home tab as your, not home, sorry, counter boxes as an example. Use that as reference. Counter boxes has a version of this.
What's the question that you're asking?
What should we name the function that's going to be in charge of actually creating the article components? You can look at counter boxes for reference.
Display articles.
That is it. Yep. Let's display articles. And you can name it whatever you want. That's just the common practice you'll see from other React developers. So now we have an array full of objects. Unlike last time, which we just had a counter, so we used the for loop. In this case, we have an array, and what we really want to do is just convert the array of objects article 2. I should put that in my comment. Article 3. We want to convert this array that we have right now. This is the array. This is what we have right now. We want to change that to article 1, article 2, 3. And there's a really nice method that JavaScript has that can take an array and turn and create and run a function on each element of the array while in return a new array with the same length. And that's called .map. So we can do return articles .map equals. And since we're going to do, we're not going to actually do any sort of one of the other benefits of the ES6 formatting is we don't have to do a return statement. We can just, as long as we return do a single line of information, it will return that one line. And so we can simply do parenthesis article and it's probably because I haven't imported it yet. Yep. Pretty simple, right? What we did here, just so everyone knows, is identical to doing curly bracket return that. So we just made it simple because it's a single, because all we're doing in this hash arrow rocket is an instant return. We don't actually need that return statement in ES6 syntax. This is again, syntactic sugar to make your life as a developer easier, that if the first and only line of code in your method, I'm sorry, in your function is a return statement, you don't need the return statement or the curly brackets. You can just put what the item is. We can just do our parentheses and the item we want. Make it nice and clean. And for anybody who is wondering, yes, that does mean technically I can do this. I don't actually like that though, because I'm getting too much. So just be aware of that. That's a little too much, but it is something I can do. You see what's happening at least? So we're going in, we're taking the articles, we're mapping through each element, and we're building a new array where each new item is this. There's one last thing we need. Whenever we create a list of items, what do we need to add to them? To make sure that they're identified uniquely. Then remember that warning message I mentioned yesterday? Oop, Matt remembers. Yep. Do we have anything in our article that is unique? Let's take a look over at the results in our console and see if there's anything unique we can use.
Use the.
I don't actually know if there is.
The index, the 0, the 1, the 2.
Your ID would be unique.
Yeah,
they have an ID? Where's the ID?
The index, like Jim said.
Yeah,
Okay,
0,
yeah.
1, 2.
We can use the index, but that is actually considered bad because if we actually were to remove something from the array, the indexes would also change. So it's not perfect, but it
Could
will
we use
work
the
for the
title?
moment. I
The
think we
title
could
of the
probably get away with
article?
that. It's not good to use that long of a one, but I think that's going to be better than that. I'm going to say like, we could probably use published at maybe. Then again,
Okay.
that looks like, oh no, that looks like a static time frame, not a millisecond based. Never mind. That won't work. But yeah, we'll just use the index for now. I don't like that because actually, no, we don't have the index. Blech. I think you can get the index from a map.
You should be .id.
Aye. There is no .id. Look. This is given to us by the browser. This is not actually visible. This is the index that the browser gives us. So that's actually not normally there.
It's not part of the object.
Nope. And the ID here is for the source, which could be the same on multiple.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah, no, that's actually really surprising. They don't actually give us the index. They don't, do they? They don't give us any sort of ID number. Nope, nothing
The two
unique.
most unique that I could think of would be the title or the URL.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking the title.
oh,
Yeah,
so,
same. I'm thinking
Title's
title would probably be
shorter.
the most unique, but
the source is the ID. The
Yeah,
source has
well,
an ID, which is
it's
that.
the ID of the source, though,
It's the ID of
yeah.
the source, yeah.
which could be duplicated. We could have two articles from the same source, unfortunately.
Oh, it's not. It's
yeah.
not a URL of the actual article. Okay.
Oh, it isn't? Oh, no. The URL might work. That actually probably would be the more unique, probably, actually. Now that I think about it. Unless, I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't be. That could work, the URL.
Yeah, it's
Man, I
definitely
don't like
because,
super long
it
ones,
would
but
be
yeah.
rare, but it's possible that two articles would have the same title. But it wouldn't be
Yeah.
possible for them to have the
Right.
same
Or at least the
URL,
same
so-
title from two different sources, is what I'm thinking.
Right.
You could have two
Right.
different sources reporting on the same item, and they also could be parallel companies. So you could have like the Wall Street Journal and like the global version of the Wall Street Journal that affects the full world. And so they could have the same article name. So I think URL might be the best.
Definitely.
Yeah, let's go for it. And again, we can use index, but it's considered bad practice. But we could use it for this since we know that. But yeah, let's go ahead and try it. Article. Do that.
Okay.
That's fine. And just make this a little neater to look at. Do that. There we go. Beautiful. Multiple lines. There we go. So now we're going to do is instead of this get articles here or gut articles, we're going to replace the gut articles now with our function. Does that and just do display articles with the parentheses. Good. See if that works. Save it. Hop over to here and take a look. That look good or what? Oh God, I forgot React is actually not a term, it's not just React for code. Could just be reactions to people. Oh, dang it. Just switch that to
Mine
React
did
JS.
Not work.
All right, let's start going through.
Just does not like me. So is there anything, just to spot check this real quick, is there anything here that looks incorrect?
We don't need the p tags.
Oh, this just
Yeah.
is okay. That
It's just
might
the
do it
function
then.
call. So get rid of the p tags and the curly brackets.
Yep.
And get rid of the two parentheses. We don't need those. We can keep them. We don't need them either. Not those. No, wrong parentheses.
Oh.
Those we need.
Yeah. These here?
Yeah, the ternary parentheses. We don't necessarily need them. You can keep them there if they make it look nicer, but you don't need them.
Were there any imports I missed?
What do you mean imports? We did an import of the article component, but scroll up. Make sure that's there. I think that's there for you. Yeah. Keep going up, 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 up. Yeah, here you imported article. Good. All right. Scroll down. Take a look. So go back to your web page.
Okay.
So it got rid of loading, which is interesting. Let's right click and inspect. Expand that.
Which?
What's covered? What's highlighted right now?
Oh,
yeah. Okay. Expand that. Scroll down. So that div there, that has nothing inside of it. So that's interesting. You are pulling 20 items. You are pulling it. All right, back to the code. Scroll up.
In your article, maybe? Could be a
Hmm.
problem as well. Could
What is it?
could it be in article as well?
It could be. Let's go to the article.js because that's all looking fine.
Okay, gotta move
Look
zoom
at
1
article
second.
file. No worries. Props.article.title, props.article.description, props.article.source.name.
The name?
No, we didn't need the brackets there for one, but that shouldn't be
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
they're not needed. Yeah, the
I
brackets
don't
aren't
know
needed.
where that
Yeah.
fat fingers on tiny keys.
That should. It
Don't know
should
if
still
that
show
really
something.
changes much, but
Not really. I don't think it would, but back to news now, just for a second. Not news. Yeah, news first. Yeah, then articles. Sorry, that's the wrong one.
Articles.
Display articles, return articles, dot map, article, key, article.url. Yep, scroll down. Loading, display articles. Then display articles would be a small d, but that's not going to make a difference, so I don't care right now.
Line 27 is the array map expected return value for arrow function.
Wait, is that a curly bracket at the end of your article? Yeah, line 27 at the end. Is that a curly bracket?
Line 27 at the,
Yes.
here. Oh, yes.
Those would be parentheses. If you have a curly bracket, you have to include the return statement. If you don't have the,
Oh.
if you don't want to use a return statement, then you want to use the normal syntax. And since it's a JSX, we need the parentheses. That was it. Nice catch, Jim.
Aha. Nice. Thank you.
Nice catch.
Just
That was
back
hard to
up
see
top.
with the cool stuff. Anybody else not get boxes?
I am not.
All right, Nathan, you're up then. Let's share screen. You check the same thing we just saw. You have parentheses. That's good. Go. Let's go to your browser for a quick second.
Oh,
Well, we have an error message. That's good to see. It says there's a curly bracket there. You might be missing another parenthesis. Go back to the code. Yes. So you are missing another parenthesis. You don't have the colorized brackets, it seems like
Right here?
maybe. So
It's done
there's
now.
this parenthesis here,
Oh.
there's this parenthesis here, but you only have the
Oh.
one there. You need another one. Yep. There you go. That should do it.
Number no, oh, that's fine.
What's the eraser symbol mean? Oh, that's me. Never mind. Click news, and that just wipes your whole screen out. Why? Inspect the screen. The body. You need to check your router. Wait, no, you're back on localhost 3000. What the hell? Click on that again. Do /news. Yeah, do that /news. What the hell? That's new. Yeah, let's go look at your router and stuff like that. So we'll check app router first. Looks fine. Route path / route path news. All good there. Nav bar. Let's head over to
Yeah,
news.
it says num assigned never used. I don't know if that's
That's a warning. Yeah, don't care about that.
before.
Let's go to news because home seems to be fine. At least initially it is. Looks fine. Let's go to the nav bar. Home to news, label news. Looks fine. App.js. That's fine. Get the browser router. Good. Huh. This is interesting. You're like redirecting, which makes no sense. App router. I'm not getting an error message with this. This is weird. Back to the browser a second. Let's see more what's happening here.
Try to add as the exact keyword for the router.
Yeah, I didn't have that on mine. That's what's interesting. It seems like that's default behavior now. But why is it clearing him out with nothing? Like not even the nav bar showing. That's the thing. Like if it was that, then the nav bar should still be there, right?
Well, that's true.
Right. That's where I'm getting a little confused by this. Like it's being weird. Can you click on the console for a second? Here we go. We got some stuff.
Oh.
Cannot read properties undefined regarding name. The article occurred in the article component. All right, let's go back to
Huh?
click on the browser. Click on the code again. Hold on.
Is your IntelliJ running?
Is the IntelliJ
Oh.
running and backend running? Is it?
Yeah, it's running.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Click on article. So article.js for a second. So that's props.article.title, props.article.source.name. That's fine. Let's go to articles. Loading, scroll up a little bit for loading. Let's see, loading is set to true by default. I'm gonna test something, even though it shouldn't do this. Can you move the set loading false below set articles? Just to test something out. Hold down Alt and hit the down arrow. Save that. I'll explain that if this does fix it, I'll explain what my theory is. But okay, no, didn't think so. Okay. Let's see again. Go back to the error message again. Sorry. Let me read it, make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. Okay. Not read properties undefined, reading name. Scroll all the way back up.
Yeah, are we getting the? Oh,
We are getting articles.
That name thing, that's with an article that doesn't have a name, essentially. Because I'm getting the same errors and mine's working perfectly. Where it's not reading name, or it's not, mine says title, but
Is there a chance that the source might not, that an article might not have a name? That would be annoying. Stop your screen for a second because I want to show something. Yeah, hold on.
Because I mean, mine
Yeah.
works and I still get those.
Well, that would mean
errors.
that's so. What that would mean. So if you cannot read when it's name and undefined, that means the item above is undefined.
Okay.
And so name is under the variable source, which would mean that one of his articles, this doesn't exist. This key doesn't exist. Source. And so what we can do on everyone's code, because this is something I guess could be possible for anybody's, and it could just be when you finally load it. Like there's a chance that if I reload, I might get that now because there might be a new article that doesn't have a source, or depending if you wrote React different or something. I'm not sure what you're getting, but if this is different or something like that, or whatever the data that's coming back could be different. We go to article. Over here, we can actually do under source. We can do a question mark here and do if there is a source, we can do props article dot source dot name. Otherwise, null. And what that means is we won't print anything. You can also then take the small out actually and put that around here instead. So that way, if there is no source, we do not print anything, not even the tag. Does that make sense? So if there is a valid source, we will print the name of the source, which could still be null, which means we will print null, or empty string. But at least we have the source key for that object. Otherwise, do not print anything, meaning don't even print the tags. So this will come out as nothing on those. This should fix that error message.
You need to put curly braces around the source name thing again.
Oh, I do. Yep, you're right, because I have it around the tags now. Right. Okay, good catch. Even though we're already in brackets, because this is inside of a JSX tag, it needs the curly brackets again, otherwise it's going to read it as text. That should make your code happy. And how's that looking?
Or at least it should thin out the errors.
What's that?
Or at least it should thin out the errors so it's easier to figure out what's actually causing
True.
his problem.
Let's go back to your screen. Let's go back to your screen and see what's happening.
Yep.
I'll your screen again, Nate.
I'm just finishing that up.
Yeah, no worries. Jeff's back. Nice. Back for a while, but I just noticed it.
After no, you need another curly brace.
But at the beginning of P. So the second props.
Oh yeah, that's
annotation. Well. Hold on. Right there. Good.
Because you need both of them.
And
Let's
you
go to
want
news.
to news.
And
There
there
it
we
is.
are.
Look at that.
Oy. I love that they decided to throw the error message in the console of the browser, not the console of the server either. So,
Interesting.
so yeah, one thing you got to do with React is you got to check both locations. Again, not the news articles I expected to get. I expected to get news article about React stuff, but you can always change your search to React.js to get for the React from JavaScript stuff. So, all good. We might
Big
change
boxes
that.
to no boxes. Great.
Get those. And as much as I want to do some more modifying with the styling of this, I think you guys can figure that part out. Making these look nicer. If you want to add an image, it's just an IMG tag. You can make a component to show images called image. There's a lot you can do with that. So I'm going to leave more of that to you guys because mostly what you see here, you can now mess with. What I will do quick though is do this. So I'm going to show a little more of the CSS for that. So you know what? We are going to bring in the image. Div style direction. Show one thing. Oh. There. Next up I want to do is do another div. This is going to be style. One image tag rc equals ops.article dot URL to image. URL to image. Close that. Most likely going to tell us we need an alt. Yeah, alt propped with meaningful text. Alt article. Another div. This is going to be style. I'll explain what this does in a second. 2, 3. We'll do flex 3 and flex direction. Last thing I want to do just to make this look nice is do that tab. See here, see there, here, style, self, let's end. Okay, so I added on the first div, we added a first div to the border card with a flex direction of row. That means each element is going to be side by side. The next element I added was a div that has a flex of 1. That tells it to take up as much space as it can with a unit of 1, with a priority of 1. I don't know if priority is the right term, or a ratio of 1. We'll say ratio, which will make sense in a second. And to put an image inside of it. For the next div, we gave it a ratio of 3. And so if you have 2 items that are taking up the same container, so both of these divs are inside of this container, this one is going to take up 1 space, and this is going to take up 3. And so what that means in a very basic sense, I'm going to try not to need my tablet for this, so I can keep it simple. In a space here, this is 1 flex. If we have 1 flex, we're going to take up the whole thing, flex 1. If it's one thing with 1, we're going to take up the whole thing. If there's 1 component with flex of 3, I'm going to take up the whole thing. However, if I have a flex of 1 and a flex of 1, I have 2 components, each with a flex of 1, they're both going to take up half the space, 1 each. A flex of 1 with a flex of 2 means that there's a total flex, T-flex, of 3. This was going to break it into 3 sections. And flex 1 will get 1 section, And flex 2 will get 2 sections. A flex of 1 and 3 means there's a total of 4 flex. And so it means it's going to break it into 2 quarters. And the first flex of 1 is going to get 25%. Flex 3 is going to get 75%. Does that make sense? It's a little tricky, but the idea is that all the elements inside of a component, or so all the elements inside of an element, is going to total up all the flex counts and then divvy them up as ratios.
And that's how it's going to match them up on the screen.
Exactly. So our text content is going to take up 3/4 of our system, while our image will take up 1/4 of the system. See how that looks. I probably need to add more code to make this look decent, but I'm doing something quick, just so you guys can see that concept of rows and columns and things like that. Ah, damn it. Yep, knew that was going to happen. Freaking Christ. I hate styling images. Remember how do I do that again? It's contain or something like that.
Should be an auto somewhere, or auto size. There's an auto up there.
Just set the height and weight.
No, I'm trying to remember what it is. 1 second. I have my notes. Give me a second. I will find what I need. Okay, not work. That.
Oh, true.
Find it. Object fit. That is kind of, that's almost it. I don't think that's everything, but it's one thing. Why are you still not side by side? You guys should be side by side. Because you're not display. So now, I don't know when Google decided to do this, but since they decided to put display block in now, that's really aggravating. I might have to create my own div component now that I'm going to use moving forward. Thinking this still might not work exactly. No, there it goes. I'm going to change this though. Instead of width 100, I'll do height 100. I didn't do that either, so I'll do that. Now the image, I'll do. There's a dot there. What the hell?
Is it because you only did it to 1? Because I noticed that it said element, which means you were only targeting that specific element.
Equals height. There we go. And then, wait a minute. Yeah, why is it only doing it for the first one? Hold on.
It's not targeting any of the other ones.
No. Okay, I didn't put the cover in there, did I? Spec, that one still has object fit. And if I turn off width, nope, width is still there. So I need to do width and height and do cover. So let's do that.
Don't you need some padding around it as well?
It wouldn't hurt.
It's not right on top of the text.
Oh, 100%. That wouldn't hurt, but I haven't done everything yet. Yeah. Right. Width. Nope, no windows. Width. Object fit. That, we'll add some padding. There we go. We have that. So now it'll always make sure it takes up that space. And depending on how big the article is, it'll change the size of the image. So that's kind of nice. We can probably also make these boxes bigger. So quick.
Width, object fit, cover.
I update your border card with the updates. Hold on. I did not. Quick on the border cards. And again, you can do this after class with importing. Do the ... the double bracket here, ... comma, class style. Let's stop for 2 seconds. So a border card, really, really fast. Let me just do this quick. I meant to do that before I sent it to you, but because that's what mine actually has, but I didn't actually bring mine in because you have yours that you already had, so I forgot to do that. Just add in that style there. I might still, after class, I might still bring in my border card because my border card has a hover component that you can add by just adding hoverable on it as a prop. We'll see. Styles.card. I might do that on Thursday, so it's a video showcasing that. And then last thing I do with the article over here is under border card styles. There's too many curly brackets there.
Could you go back to border card for a second, please?
Yep.
Props. Oh, that's why.
You could also just add this to the bottom of the list here. If you still have this list here, you could just add the props.style with the triple dots at the end. If you don't want to try to extract it.
No, I just needed another curly brace inside of the style.
There we go. Those look a little nicer.
What was the last thing that you just added?
To the article was just min width 1000 pixels.
Article border card style min width. Okay.
Or you can make the cards a little bigger.
Min width. You said 1000 pixels?
Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, and the last thing that don't know who's saying it, but one thing we also do to make sure these look good so that the text is not on top of the image. In the div style flex 3, we can also add in padding of 0px to the top. So I think our box has it already. So 0 for top and bottom, and 5px for the left and right. Ooh, actually 8. That's a nice number that is used a lot nowadays. Not 5, 8. Sorry. Teach you guys the good numbers. Multiples of 8 are good numbers. And so now you see there's a nice little gap between the image and the text.
Can you go back to that, please? I formatted it wrong.
No worries.
Padding. Oh, yep, I did it again.
And that's not working, so I'm going to remove that. Just so everyone knows, I'm removing the style from the small because it's not actually doing anything. You don't need to remove it if you don't want. Just know that the style in the small tag wasn't doing what I expected it to. So that's all. It's not that important though. There we go.
Nice.
Looking pretty decent, right? And so
Yeah,
this is
I like
how,
this
and
a
again,
lot.
this is a better variation of the float system we used to use, float left and float right. We used to float an image to the left and float all the text to the right, and then to float clear, which again was not very parallel. So what's benefit about this system though is as the right side grows, the left side can grow with it, which float didn't really do. Float didn't compare the left and the right sides to see if they're the same size or not. And at the same time, there are ways to make sure that React doesn't do that. We can also add more items to the left side by just putting more items inside of this div here. And it will, again, still to make sure that they kind of stay parallel with each other and stay the same height. The reason why the images can grow is because we have width 100 and height 100. The image will make sure it always takes up the full space of this left side based on whatever the right side dictates. The right side is dynamic. The right side doesn't have a set height that it has to take up. So as you see, our NASA description is much larger as well as our title. So our NASA image gets a little taller. Most of the others are pretty much the same, but not bad for a site we threw together in like 2 days, right?
Oh, there you go.
Those don't seem like very geeky likes.
They were not. So let's go ahead and do a quick change on the article's URL. That changed from React to React.js. Just a quick switch. And there we go. A little better, but unfortunately that also means a lot more of our articles do not have an image.
Well, there's no Putin in there. That's good.
Very true. We did remove Putin. You know what? Let's do one more. Let's switch from React.js to just Java. Or Java will do. Java. See how much coffee we get.
No coffee at all.
No, there's coffee.
There's
Oh,
Minecraft.
It's gotta be. Wait, what?
Yeah, there is.
Why the hell is it Minecraft? Did they tell
Because Minecraft is built on Java.
Oh yeah, you're
It
right.
is.
It is. Yep, that makes sense. Ooh, there we go. I love that first article. We have a
Because,
hacking thing already there. Jesus.
It was because people were.
I
doing
actually
some
need to
fun
figure
stuff
that
through
part out.
servers.
That
What?
log4j.
Yeah.
Apparently that thing is they were talking about it at my job. So
Apparently it's been patched, so you can get a fix for it. Apparently,
Yeah.
good. You just have to update your Java. But only need, again, it's something with the logging system. So if your users can get access to the logging system, then you have a problem. So just be aware of that. Check your logging system that you're using. Yeah, there we go. That looks a lot more geeky, at least. Jesus Christ, more
I
hacking
did think
stuff.
it was funny that this all started from Minecraft though.
Yep. Well, that's where it was mostly noticed. Yeah, it was definitely noticed there. Let's see. So yeah, that's good. There we go. We have that now. Awesome. We'll take a 5-minute break for bathroom, and then we'll get right into trying to try to do log in, log out. All right. 5-minute break. This is an interesting break. Last time everyone was talking. This time it's quiet. All right, let's start heading back. People can start coming back. If you guys can hear me, let's get back to it. I want to try to cover a couple more things. And 5 minutes surprisingly doesn't last as long as you think it does.
Depends on what you're doing.
Exactly.
If you're working, it's forever.
Yes, if you're at work, it's forever. If you're having fun, it's 5 seconds. Come on, all right. And like I said, I will be recording, and we are recording. And actually, I totally forgot to stop the recording during that break. So that's a nice 5-minute gap in the video that everyone's going to fast forward through. Sorry about that.
You're gonna have to edit it.
Yep, I'll get right on that.
It takes 2 seconds on YouTube.
Probably. I actually have to look into that because I know there's some easier trim things, but the time to find this gap in a 2-hour-long, 3-hour-long video, that's the annoying part. Got to find a 5-minute blank spot in the middle of a 3-hour video.
It would be at 2 hours and 45 minutes.
There you go. Nice.
There's a clock in the top corner that says how long you've been recording.
Oh,
2
really?
hours and
I don't have
51
that.
minutes.
I just have the word recording with no numbers. Cool.
Oh, mine is on the right-hand side.
Very cool. Did not know that. Well, at least you have that. Let's get started though. Let's get going. All right. So before we go forward though, does anyone actually have anything not working right that they want to get some feedback on? Any questions about what we have? All right. I will definitely say, of course, if you do work on through these items through today and tomorrow, feel free to have some questions ready for me on Thursday. We will, that is again a bonus day to do a little bit deeper dive on some of these things and to answer any questions of stuff that you're not sure of. So prep your questions for Thursday if you definitely have any. If you don't think of them now, you can definitely think of them for Thursday and have them ready. So with that being said, what we're going to do is add a new placeholder because we're going to have a new nav button, and this is my process for adding a new page to my site, which is going to be our login sign up page. So under my components, new folder. I'm going to call this one auth though. So this is my auth system. This is going to be the sign up and sign in system. So auth, do a new file, login.js, new file, register. Yes. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
And to make our site simple, I'm going to create 2 buttons, one for register, one for login. What I will do is make sure that once we have the system recognizing when we are logged in, we'll make sure that the nav bar hides those 2 once we are logged in. And we probably will even create, and we'll see if we have enough time to even create a log out button as well, which really will just clear what we're going to create, something called a provider. And so what we're going to end up creating is something called a provider, which provides both the context and the provider for our authentication credentials, which other systems can use by just loading the provider, which again, we will review how to do that on 2 pages at minimum. And on Thursday, a couple more. For these, we're just going to do that basic setup we did last time. Import React from React at login. These turn one in. Default. Since I'm going to do 2 of these, I'm going to copy this again and paste it under register. Make sure to save both. For some reason, my app.js is not saved. I'm going to save it just in case I need it. Anyway. So far, so good?
Yes. Just taking a second
to
catch
also,
up.
On register, make sure to change all the words log in to register. Otherwise, it'll get annoyed that there's 2 files with the same name. Register. Login and register that look identical, but just one says register and the other one says login. Yeah, these are very, very useful as you come up with items so that way you can work from a top-down system. But yet not have to fully create a component to know that it's being recognized by the system. This is actually a very common practice that I do. And a lot of times I'll even just come up with all the basic pages that I'm expecting to have as like a to-do list. I'll create a placeholder for each one, add all the buttons to my nav bar, and that way as I click through the site, I see what pages are just a placeholder, like, oh, I still have to build that. Anyone else need any more time? I'm gonna head over to nav button, add 2 buttons, not sorry, nav bar, but button 2 / login. Label. Login. Yeah. Button 2 / or you sign in so it's not a big button. So it's one word. You can always change that to sign in, I guess, but it's fine. Matches the component.
It would be sign up.
Thank you. There we go. Set up 1 or 2 words.
It's two.
It's
It's
2.
2 words.
All right, we'll do that. Go sign up. We have login, sign up, news, and home. We'll save that. Then head over to our router. It's back to app router now. Add the new two new paths. So route app equals / login. Login. Self-closing. Self-closing. Route. Register. Oh, the path will sign it up, right? Oh no, the path was register. Never mind. Yeah. Element equals market.
I thought it was sign up.
Path, I think, but the path is registered, but the label was sign up, which could be confusing now that I'm thinking about it. So there, my nav bar go.
It's just nice. Well, even though I understand it's confusing, but it also shows that
Yeah, they don't
the
have to
label
match.
doesn't have
So
to be equal to the.
I'm going to keep it even though it's a little confusing. Yeah, just so you guys know that the label in the register, the path don't need to match, as well as the element. Technically, we could have a sign up element with a register path. We don't have this and this don't have to match either. Because you see home is matching to the blank path. So these don't have to match either. It's up to us what component the path loads, whether or not the path matches. So, okay with it right now. Yep. So save those for a second. Let's look back at our site just to make sure those were brought in. We have our home, our news. We click on login. We see login. We click on sign up. We get register. Go back to news. You see it reloads all of our items. So back to home. All right. Well, good so far. One thing I will say, by the way, just again, this is something I can't cover in the middle of class, but as you see, every time I go from login to news, it actually has to reload for the back end. This is something you could use local storage for in caching, where you could actually, as you load this in the back end, you can load this to your local host, and that we can show that while you load from the server if there's any new information. So you could save this to local host, and so if they come back to this page, you can preload all the local stuff, so you show something instantly while you still load from the back end to see if there's anything new. And then you can then refresh the page by just setting the articles to the new articles that you just pulled from the server. So there's things you can do. You can also make sure that it only does reload if it's been like a certain number of minutes has passed since the local data. So you can also check the local host saying, hey, if this local host data is 10 seconds old, don't load. Hell, if it's less than 2 minutes old, don't run the use effect, don't load from the server. So you can minimize some of the strain in your system. These are small things you can add. They are not needed for your projects at the moment because again, you're trying to make something work. These ways of improving your system come later on, but just thinking of these and realizing that these things are there are good just thought practices and things you can have in the back of your head. As once you finish the main parts of the project, these are things you can bring up or things, small things you can change and add to just show some more senior level coding to your code. Being aware of load balancing, of not pinging the server thousands of times for data that doesn't change very often, things like that. Small changes like that can be really nice to your system. Just want to make sure that's aware. All right, so we do have our router, our nav bar is working and our pages are loading now. Pop back over to our system. Let's head over to register to start because we need that first. From here, though, we are going to need something else. We're going to need a form. And so there's two ways you can do a form. You can do the form right in here. I have found that I prefer putting the form itself in its own component, even though the register component is going to manage the form data. I usually like having a separate form.
That way you can have it on more than one page.
Exactly. Right. Actually, do I keep the form data on the same page? I remember now off the top of my head. No, I do keep it on the previous item. Yeah. Form is from the parent title. Yes, I do. Yep. So yeah, the form doesn't worry about managing anything. It doesn't actually state. Yeah, the parent does. So, but I will prep us here. So from here, we are going to use the state here to track all the content from the form. And this is how we're going to differ now from the front end and from normal HTML. In normal HTML, the fields are going to store the data and you're going to refer to the fields when you need to collect that data on submission. In our system, though, in React, all our data is going to be stored in a JavaScript object using state. And so when we submit, we're just going to be able to refer to that object, which we could make sure our object mimics fairly closely to what the database wants right from the get-go. We can use the keys that are based on our backend, and we can then utilize certain systems to make sure that our data is nice. And it's already in a JavaScript-friendly format. We don't have to pull from elements. We don't have to find elements by tag name or ID name or anything like that. And so it's going to make our life a little bit easier. Use state. My terminology for this is usually to call it query. A lot of times. This is a common term for the contents of a form. You can definitely use other terminology if it's going to make more sense to you, but this is a common term you'll see. So that's why I've ended up using it more often because I've seen it used a lot. And this way you just know that this is the query from the user. This is the data from the user. I have seen people use, of course, data. I have seen that. I've seen form data. I've seen content. Any of those are fine. Which do you guys want to use to make sure that this makes sense to you guys? Any preference?
Content.
Say that last part. I'm sorry, say that again.
So
I'd go with query.
This is the data from the form. A common one you'll see in the computer science world is query. So it's anything that refers to data from the user is what usually referred to as a query from the user. I've seen content be used before. I've seen data be used before. I've also seen form data used.
So you're just talking about a variable name.
Yes.
Oh, I would go with query as well.
Query, so 2 for query. Query. All right, I'm proud of you guys. I said it was. I know that one can be a little not so clean like forward, but if you're not familiar with the computer terminology, but since this is something that is a fairly common computer science term, I would like you guys to get used to it. So query. Then we have set query equals
This is also, since you're registering this, you can also say like set user or setup user or setup sign up, because it's what this thing's actually doing. I like query too, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, no worries.
Hmm.
Like I said, and again, this is definitely up to you for your project. If you want to use something other than query, you can. Again, my goal, of course, is to introduce you to things that you're going to probably see while in the industry. So I want to make sure you're aware of these things. But there's no guarantee that the company you go for does use query, but just knowing that that's a common term can be nice and is useful. So for this, what we need for a new user. Let's see if you guys can remember that. So I'm not going to blame Core 14 if they don't know, because they've been not too big on the authentication process. But for the rest of you that's been here, went through the authentication process and through the whole site, what do we need for a new user? What data?
You're going to need an email, a password, and you're going to need at least a. I don't know about a role, because no, role is going to be assigned to somebody else. But I mean, technically a role, because we do have to assign it, but it'll always be a user though.
Yeah.
If you're registering through the website to the front end, you should always be a user.
Yeah, no, I understand that as well, but it's just like how does it?
Well, the very first admin has to be manually assigned by developer. I will say, Jim, just to make it very simple, everybody, yes, the first admin for any site is usually set on the back end through the database or through some sort of like developer in creation. So the developer is doing it in some way. You're very rarely getting that through the standard system. So it's actually the way we currently have it. The fact that I can send roles through the regular route is bad. It's a very bad security system. Because if any of our users figure that out, they can self-assign themselves. They can create a user just using Postman and create an admin user without any sort of validation. So we definitely want to update that later on.
You're forgetting username.
It's just like the right now. Also, you could actually set up the front end that you can actually set someone to be an administrator.
Correct. An administrator should be
without working in the back end, without even touching the back end. But yeah,
I don't think that can be. Yeah, that shouldn't be doable. Moving in, the first one can be, but after that, you need a security system that only administrators can be added by other admins. But anyway, that's a separate thing. But with that, is that Jeff who said that?
Yeah, you're missing username.
I was hoping someone would catch that. Yes, we want an email, but that's not the key. The key is username. The key that we want for email is username.
When we were doing it last week, I'm pretty sure you had an email with it too. Those were the three fields.
The developer has email.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. And that's something that I'm curious on here. Is this all we need for a new user to our site, or do we want more information?
Well, we definitely want more information, but you said, what do we need? Those are
Correct.
very different things.
Date of birth, we could include.
Based on our API. So remember our API though.
Okay.
Is there anything else in our API that we might want for a new user?
The social security number.
You don't have that field. Can't stake the social security number. Don't have that field.
Yeah.
6 digits on the back of the card. 3.
The ID is auto-generated. There's
We don't
the
need that,
user
correct.
name. There's the password, and again, we have the roles. But since they're coming in through the front end, that would generally mean they're a user.
I mean,
Now, here's the fun thing. Hold on. So here's the fun thing I'm going to now throw again as a massive bomb drop to you. When we create registration, we are not restricted to only creating just the user record only. We can actually do more than one thing at the same time. We can create both the user record and the developer account at the same time.
Right. So
which is where the email would come in.
Developers entity.
Since the username is the email, we can just reuse it.
Yeah.
So we're just going to reuse the email.
When you create the user, the username key was for their email.
Yeah. We want the username to be an email.
So then we'd also need cohort.
We need
cohort. Yep, we do need cohort. And we also need name. Those are the things I was looking for.
Oh, yes. Forgot that name
Those two
is
as well.
different from user.
So those are the 4 things we need. Last thing we can also do, just in case you want to do it, you can also do confirm, which is the password confirmation field. So they could type their password twice. And again, this is something we would validate on the front end, and we wouldn't need to necessarily send that. Even if we did send it, our backend would ignore it.
Would languages would be optional? Like you could do it now or you can do it later.
We could do it now, but that would also require more complex systems. We would we would need to implement the drop-down menu or a checkbox system, and I don't have time to deal with that. So we're not going to be doing languages here. We don't have time. Trust me, I'd love to,
enough
but
being
there's not enough
thrown
time.
at us, Jim. Come on.
You want to come up with that? Go for it.
Focus.
I am focusing. Languages. You didn't know how to do a drop down box. Anyways,
Got those. It's all right. I can just ignore. It's fine.
exactly.
We are recording still? Yeah, we didn't pause, right? So yeah, register. So we got that. So we have the data we want. And then there's some common methods that we want to include because we want to make sure we can update this correctly. And we want to make sure we can use the same function for all the changes to the field, to the form. So we're going to use something called a const. Really, what I'm doing a lot of here is just saving you a lot of trial and error on how to do this and showing you the best practices. One of the best practices. Not the only way of doing it, but it's a really nice way of doing it. So update form. This is going to take a field and a value. Field is going to be a string. Value is going to be, in this case, a string. And what we do is we're simply going to do set query. And we're just doing a little different here. So set query, normally when you see an object, you would probably just do query dot, field, the string, equals value, is what you would think you would do. The problem is that's not quite what you have to do here. In order to set query, we have to give it a new item. We're going to completely replace query with whatever we send it. And so what we want to do actually is create a new object. But I don't want to do just this. Field. Which, yes, by the way, you can use the string notation bracket inside of the object already. So if field is username, this will get redirected to user name and then the value. And that actually is valid. Because remember how we do objects, you can do dot notation or bracket notation with objects.
Mhm.
That's what we're taking advantage of. We're using bracket notation in order to update the system. Well, this is going to change that field. We're going to also lose all the other fields that are included. And so what we need to do in order for this to work is do our ... query to get the current state of all the fields and then replace, and then this is going to replace the one that was pulled in. Because again, this came first. And then when we add this new one, if this key is already existent, it's going to replace that key with this new information. So we bring in all the fields as they are, and then we take the new data, which could be password.
So it doesn't set them as like a key pair, putting them together.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean.
You said it replaces what's in the field currently. Currently, there's nothing there.
Well, no, well, kind of. It says in this case, yes, in the very first run of this, let's say again, so in this example, let's say we're doing update string password. In the first instance of this, if I was running this as is, just right as is, query would come in with username blank, password blank, confirm blank, cohort empty string, name empty string, and then this would say password equals the. And so even though password blank was brought in by this, because we have another line here after this with the same key of password, it's going to take the empty string and replace it with the instead. So it doesn't matter that query has the same key. It's going to do a cascading effect that it will replace that top one with this new one. Or at least update that field, that key. It's going to update that key with this information instead because this is the most recent version of it.
Cliff,
What's that?
I have a question.
All right.
Cohort's an integer and not a string. Would this mess up how it operates?
No, because again, string, as we know, JavaScript can easily convert a integer to a string, and we can always parse int later. The field, the input field is strings always. So we would either have to parse on the update system or parse on the backend. So we have to parse it somewhere because the input text field that we're going to use is string based. So it's always going to bring the value that's pulled from that text field is going to be a string. So we would have to validate it or parse it at some point anyway, no matter what. So we can, on the front end, let it constantly bring in a string to start. And then when we go to push it to our back end, we can then parse into it. Good question. That is valid and correct. So yeah, that's what this does. This recreates this object, brings in the existing data, and then puts it in. Because actually what's going to happen, and something you don't see yet, is that we're actually going to run this every time a character is typed. which in your first instance is going to think like that's very excessive, but kind of what the front end does anyway. It's monitoring as you type stuff in. It is constantly checking what you type. So it's not going to add any additional processing time to your system. It's able to process that fine. But yeah, as the T for the passwords put in, it's going to update the object and add the T. Then you're going to have H. It's going to update that and put the H in there. It's going to do E, then update and put the E there. As you type things in, it's going to update this object every single character. So be aware of that.
Wouldn't it be replacing itself every time?
Yes. Yep. It would add it by rewriting the whole thing. But it's perfectly fine with. Like I said, this is just how React works.
So, okay, I have one more question then. So then in
Go
this
for it.
field where we're doing right now, where you're setting your query, this is where we would write a form validator there. Because
You
it's
could,
checking
yeah.
as it's doing, like when you're putting in a password and it has the little green lines in there, as an example.
Oh
It
yes,
has
if
a
you
little
wanted to
thing that
actively,
says-
yes, if you wanted to
That would
actively showcase to them that this is a valid code, I wouldn't validate the finished product now. But yes, if you're doing a validator that as they're typing, like if you want to tell them once it's long enough, or gauge the password as they're typing it, then yes, right here you could put that in, put in the logic to say updating password. I'd probably create a secondary one for password only because you only want to do it for that one. So I would do an update password method here.
No,
to do
no,
that
I meant
one.
in
But yeah,
in this part when you're passing the query in, that's when you would want to do that. Like when they check two passwords to make sure the two match.
no. Well,
that.
again, only if you want to do it in real time.
Okay.
Because this is running on every single character input, you wouldn't want to actually compare the two to say if they're valid or not. You wouldn't want to do that on submission to actually do the final check to deny or confirm, or to either to deny the submission or accept the submission. You would do it then. But I know that there's certain sites that as you're typing your password, it's gauging your password in real time, saying, oh, it's too short or it's too weak or it's strong or medium. You know how you see those nowadays?
Yeah.
Where it's evaluating your password as you type it. That would be happening here. Did I go blank for a second?
Nope. You're still here.
Oop, hold on.
Uh-oh.
Lost my headphones for a second. Forgot the headphones aren't the only thing capturing my voice. So I think we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can hear again. Yay. Thanks, Matt. But yeah, no. So that would be happening here. That kind of real-time evaluation of the system, but not denying or accepting it, that would happen on submission.
Right.
Yep. Which again, I am going to bring that in. I'm going to show that we do have an on submit method, but we're not going to fill that code in just yet. That's on submit. E for the event that is handled when a form is submitted. But one thing I will clarify for you guys, if you take a look at the form component that I gave you, I took care of the e.prevent default already. So that is already being handled, so that your forms will already be taken care of. They won't try to they won't try to refresh the page already. So that's already being handled. And then I forgot to do that. Crap. You might want to add that to yours, but it's not important. You don't really need it, but if you want it, you can use it.
Where is that?
The form element under common.
It's under common.
Yeah, the form component that I gave you guys.
Just it's just called form.
Yep.
Mine is empty.
As is mine.
Oh, mine too.
Yeah.
Well, after he submits tonight, it won't be.
True. Yeah, that's true.
Or after he submits right now, it won't
If
be.
you guys want to pull it down, but if you guys want to pull down later, that's probably a smarter idea.
I'm just
not
gonna
done yet.
if you commit it now, I'll just copy the code straight from GitHub in the form.
There you go. It's
Yeah,
there.
could you like post
Git,
it in Slack
push.
or in the Zoom chat when you do?
What, the repo?
No,
Or
just the form.
code.
No,
The-
I'm just
the
gonna,
code
I
for the
can
form.
just go copy the code straight from form as well.
Yeah, you can just go to the if you just go to the GitHub, you can actually just pull the file up.
Oh, let me get that then.
Yeah. I would also, in that case, then you might want to check your inline input container and your input component as well, because we're going to be using those. So inline input container and input, you might want to grab those as well.
Okay, so form.
Inline input container.
And the
And
input
then
field.
input. Inline input container seems to be there, and input also seems to be there.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure you have them because we're planning on using those. So
Yep.
good.
Or just form was empty for some reason.
That's interesting, but as long as you got it, I'm good. I just want to make sure you guys have it. Oh, I actually explained how this thing works a little wrong, but I'll explain it in a second. I'll correct the explanation because it actually doesn't put a label next to it. Something else, but I'll explain that again in a second. Actually, I'm going to do something a little interesting for our form. So back on the register, instead of just doing name, we're actually going to do F name and L name. And I'm going to show you how we can do two different fields for the names, but then we'll combine them for our backend. So in the backend, we'll combine them into name for the backend. But I want to actually showcase what the inline input container does accurately. F name and L name. How are we doing? Ready to move on?
I am, yes.
All right. So right now the onsubmit's not going to do anything yet. We are going to do is we do a console.log query, so you can see the output of the information. All right. That's what we'll do for the moment. Let's actually create our form component now. So new file under auth. New user.js. That I'm going to do React. So here are the common components we're going to use. Button, our button. We'll use button. Import form. Import the inline input container. And import the input. Those are the ones we're going to use.
Inline input container.
So you can probably take a guess already. I'm saving you a good amount of styling headaches. So I'm really trying to do what I can to make sure that your front end side of your application is as smooth as it can be, giving you something decent with as little of your own effort as possible. Because again, you guys are not going to be front end developers. You're going to be back end developers, but at the same time, you can definitely have fun with this and build something decent. So you can at least show off some understanding of the front end. So you can at least, if that's a perk for the company you're working for, you can show some design capabilities and at the same time also explain that you do have a understanding of the front end so you can work well with the front end team and actually communicate with them decently. Everyone's good with those components, right? So let's go ahead and I want to double check again and kind of clarify a little bit more again what these actually do. So form, all that is doing for you is cleaning up and flexifying, which I guess we could say, it is flexboxing the form system. It's giving it a nice center composition, giving it some good margin, putting it in the center of the page, and making sure that the fields all show up one after the other, from top to bottom, or at least the containers or the grouping. What inline input container does is it allows you to put multiple inputs on the same line. And so we kind of dumb to have first name and then last name on top of each other, right? You would probably expect first name to be side by side with last name, right? On the same line. So we have first name and then right next to it on the right of it, last name. Unless your screen's too small, then it would go underneath, and that's what this does. But what this does is any inputs that are inside of this will show up side by side to each other. So you can have multiple items that are side by side. So if you want to have like one of the best examples of that is an address. City, state, and zip are usually next to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want that being on 3 different lines when you have a screen the size of like my monitor. It'd be very dumb to see a half the screen size zip code field, right? Mm-hmm. Like, oh yeah, that does make sense actually. So that's the main purpose of this inline input container process, is that it makes sure that whatever fields are put inside of one of these containers, they are reserved on the same line. And it also provides an error field for that component. So you can then track a error object, which I will try to introduce, but we don't really have much time on that, but I'll explain a little bit of what that is. But it allows you to then, and with that error, if the error is present, it will actually mark that field or that grouping as red and provide some red text for it. The input fields themselves also has that. So if you take a look at input, my input fields as well has error input styling. And so if you send a props.error, if you send an error to it, it'll actually use like red text, stuff like that. So let's see, red text. It won't display the error. All the input does is put the red barrier around it. So it puts a nice red box around it. So the error message goes underneath thanks to the inline container. So the inline container displays the error message, while the input will simply display the red box. Sound good? Mm-hmm. All right, so that's what's here again. Don't feel like you have to use that stuff initially. Make it work first, and then these features are there if you can figure out, if you can understand how to use them and want to use them and are able to use them. So that's my goal for this. All right, const new user props. Another thing I like to do is actually not call the actual prop, the update form. And also what I like to do is I don't always want to type props every single time. And one of the ways I can showcase that is that this kind of started getting very repetitive, right? Props.article. Remember that? Mm-hmm. So if you want to pull up your props.article quick, this got very repetitive, this props.article. And so one thing I can show now that'll make a little more sense, because we also don't want to do this here on the form. Keep doing props.something, props.something, props.something. Can get very repetitive. And so one thing we can do is we can extract stuff out of the props object. So one of the examples here is I can do here, because every time we did the props thing, we only ever accessed props.article. We didn't access anything else. So I can pull out URL to image, title, description, and source from props.article. So I'm doing is saying, oh, and I need the const. Oopsie. What I'm doing here is I'm saying from this object, pull out these keys and assign them to these variables.
Right.
Create these variables based on these keys from this object. What that means that everywhere else I see this, I can now remove props.article and just use the straight variable to save myself a lot of typing and a lot of dot notation. Object diving. Kind of nice, right? Mm-hmm. So that is something else you can do. Do you need to do it? Of course not. You can always do the props dot. You can always do the dot notation. But for those of you who have, if you feel like you're doing a lot of it, you can extract the items from an object if you need to access those items a bit easier and you want to access them directly. So a nice, again, syntactic sugar convenience. So here, I'm going to do this. I'm actually going to do some of that. I'm going to go ahead and pull out query. Update form. And something called on submit.
And this would be from the form, I think. Or is that just directly from props?
Yeah, we're pulling it from props. Yep.
Okay.
It'll make sense once we bring this component in. But I'm expecting myself to add a query prop, an update form prop, and an on submit prop. Similar to that we see source, style, and alt. So
this new user is going to take that information.
this new
create a
user form.
object.
Ooh, probably should
Viewer.
call this new user form, shouldn't I? That's a better name, isn't it? What do you think? Because this is going
Yes,
to accept the form. Yeah. Let's update that form. Form and rename. That is a much better name. Dang it. I totally knew I wanted to do that. Totally something I should. As soon as I said this, as soon as you pointed that out, I'm like, yeah, this is a bad name. I definitely want the word form there because, yeah, it wasn't instantly known to you that we were putting a form in here. Yeah, this is going to accept the query from the registration system so that it can reference the information. And that way we can also use this elsewhere if you want to send it. And that way, if you ever update the user form or want to have a alternate user form that accepts different data, we could take that in. And there's also, there is a way that you can make these things very, very dynamic. You could even, you can actually design a component that will read a object that comes in, scan through the query, and for each key, make an inline container with fields. So you can make a very dynamic form. I don't have time to go over that, so I'm not going to do it, but it is something you can do. You can definitely build a form builder component system. All right, so
The
let's do
reason we're
that.
going to call it new user form is because it's taking the information from the form.
Yeah, yep, it's in charge of accepting the information. It's also going to display all the text fields. So do const, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to create a couple more methods that'll make our system easier. Handle change. This is when any field changes. It accepts an E, which we're not really going to use, but we'll do that. Yeah, we're going to use it. Yeah. Handle change. We're going to do the update form method. So this is the method that we just built in the registration class that takes a field and a value. And we're going to give it is e dot target e dot target dot value. And we're going to do a const handle submit. Simply do on submit. That's all that's going to do. And mainly what this is doing is just simplifying. What this is going to do for us is simplify our code later on in the form itself. We're going to be able to call these methods and make our life a little easier. And be able to send values or just send the E instead of having to actually write certain things in. So it's going to make our life a little bit easier. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a common practice you see in React. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at our form itself. So
are we doing anything with query yet?
not yet. We're about to.
Okay.
Yep, we're getting to that. So turn. Back to my notes. Here we are. Here we are. Form. And what form requires the keys is the on submit. We're going to give it handle submit. That's it. So on the submit of this form, we want it to run the handle submit function. Style. Probably don't need any extra because we have put something, but I tend to do this. Max. I didn't add this one to the common yet. I forgot about that. There's two items that I need to add to that form, I think. Did I add these yet? Can't remember. I did not. You know, I'll put them here. If you guys want to add them to the common form, you can. I want to stop updating that on you guys. So 800 EX and width. So What this will do is it'll make sure it takes up as much space as it can, but it won't go over this size. It won't go bigger than that. It'll be smaller, but it won't go larger. So it makes sure that the form doesn't have these really, really long input fields because they just look dumb. And then inside the actual form, we're going to use an inline container. And really, you just want to use these every time you want a new line in your form. Anytime you want a separate line in your form, you want to put one of these in. All right. So what do we want to ask our user first? So again, to think about it, to remind ourselves what we have, we'll put register over here. We have username, password, confirm, cohort, last name, and first name, or first name and last name. I don't know why I went last first. That was weird. What do we want to ask our user for first? Our new user.
Probably first name and last name.
I like it. So in that case, we're going to do input. Right. Yep. Good. Nothing else needed. Input, and then all we need to do for this is give it the data for the input. That makes what makes this input normal. And these are very familiar if you've dealt with any sort of HTML form before. We really only need 4 really for the basic stuff. For basic text entry, you really only need 4 items. ID, which is what it's how we identify it, and this should match your key. And so the ID here is going to be fname. Next one is placeholder. This should be your label. This is the label now. So
I was just going to ask you.
Yeah, we no longer do a label that is next to the input field. The label is normally inside the field nowadays. So once the user starts typing, the label goes away. This is considered mobile first friendly because you don't have a lot of width in a lot of mobile devices. So you want to make sure you're not taking up width with a useless label once they start typing. So placeholder first. This is what will show up slightly gray or undercolored before they start typing. That's the on change. What happens when they start typing? We want to go to the handle change. That's it. And last but not least, the value. So this is the interesting one. So value normally is whatever they type. But in this case, we want to make sure that the value is mimicking our data. And this is also where what I will say, though, is during the update change or even here, you can make sure that certain fields don't accept certain characters. So let's say in our first name, we don't want them to be able to enter like the dash key. And so on our on change, we can verify if the target value last character is a dash, we cannot update, we don't send it to update form. And so it'll never add that dash. So they'll hit it, they'll see it appear and then instantly disappear. So that's one way you can do that kind of stuff. So if you want to restrict what characters a user can enter, that is something you can do here, because the value is only ever going to match our JavaScript object, which is query. Name. That's where query comes from. So handle change is going to update the query, and then query will then reflect that new information. As they type, handle change is going to trigger. It will update fname because of the ID here and the value, and then the value will get updated to match the object. Make sure that it's always reflecting the most recent information that we have. Since we want last name to be on the same line, we will do input. Yeah.
Oh, right.
ID equals lname. Folder equals last name. Change equals change. And value equals query.lname. Pretty straightforward, right? Again, one of the benefits we have here is because we're doing this, I don't have to keep typing in these input fields with all of this potential information that we want. And what I will clarify is that I gave you guys a lot of extra items that you can add in. Text fields, simple basic text fields with no validation are very, very simple. But you can add additional information. You can give it a name if you want to. It's not required, but it is there. I did put in types. So if we want to make sure, which we are going to use once when we get to cohort and to our username. So username, our type will actually be input, will be email. default is just text. But for our username, it's going to be email. And for our cohort, we're going to restrict it to numbers. We have the required fields. So we can mark these as required, which we probably should. But I'm just saying we do have that. Accept is another type of field, which is based on file uploads. So this can also be used for file uploads too, by the way. So accept is used for file uploads. Same with multiple file uploads. You can disable them so you can make sure that they can't type anything in. And you can even fill out some autocomplete items for mobile devices and stuff like that. So it'll allow them to use autocomplete. So pretty good, right? So I try to make it as much of a robust input field as you can, so it's as modifiable as you need, but it only needs those items if you put them in. So since we're not putting these in, all of these don't exist on it. They will not put these in because it's false, because that prop doesn't exist. You do not require this because we don't enter required. It's going to default to false. If you do not enter a props.type, it'll default to text. That's what this means. Check this item. If it doesn't exist, put this here. That's what that means. All right. Back to here. And we can do the last thing is, actually, I almost forgot about this. With our inline input container, if you want to, you can do error equals. We don't have this, but normally I would have an error object. So I would do state and have errors. Name. And that would be my errors object. But again, we'll talk about that later. We'll bring that in later. So for now, no errors. See if we have time for it. That might be the bonus item, how to do error handling. That might be a Thursday thing. All right, let's get our next stuff. What do we want to ask them for next? Their email address, which is your username, the password, or their cohort number. Be the next thing we ask our user for.
Well, if you ask them for that, then you would ask them for their email, which I'm curious to know how you're gonna change their email into their username. Are you gonna use a regex to just get rid of the @
No. Again, username is just a word. It's just a variable holder. It doesn't actually, there's no formatting required for the username. You can use an email as a username. There's no restrictive characters in the username.
So when they log into Geeky Likes, they can use their email address or they can use a username, and it doesn't matter.
So just to clarify, the term username is required by Spring Security. The user will actually, our users will actually never see the term username.
Oh, because usually when you log into something, that is what you see.
Well, not all of them. Some of them say enter your email. I use places that only use email.
Most of them say it's username or email.
Right.
And a lot of them also just have email.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of sites now that just ask for an email address. They don't actually have a username anymore because that's more stuff that they have to manage uniqueness for. And if they only want you to only have a single account, they try to bind you to an email account, because at least you have to then create a whole new email account if you want a new account on that site. So it is something you're seeing more often where instead of usernames, we're just using email accounts now. But again, that's stuff you can deal with. I didn't want to deal with trying to handle both username uniqueness and email uniqueness. So we went with just email. We can do that though. Input. And how the user gets it is email equals ID equals username. They don't see this. What's up?
So in the back end, we made the user have an annotation of email, so it's expecting an email.
Right, there you go.
If you actually typed in like a regular name, the back end would probably kick out and say not email.
Yeah, which is one thing I'm going to show you how we can correct that. We can check for that on the front end as well. So yes, our back end is going to kick it back if they somehow get it through. But one thing we can do on the front end to make sure we don't get it is we can do type, which is an input field for HTML, and we can give it email as a type. This is going to create HTML form validation, where if they enter something that isn't an email, which isn't a valid email, the form will tell them this is not valid. So this is some new stuff that browsers and HTML has added. So the input tag now has validation types now. So. They have a bunch of new types now that didn't exist for a while back. So these might be not familiar to you guys, but they've done a lot more of them. So button was common, checkbox was fine, even though you would just use button type button. So very rarely are you going to use this. You will most likely use button type button if you don't want to submit button. Now we have checkboxes, which those always existed, but now we have color. So everything's been put under the input tag. But now we also have email, which is just a text item. All email is a text input with email validation. Image is a file upload, or is a file input with image restrictions, that the file uploaded must be an image. Month, I don't think is a dropdown. I believe it just requires a month. Number is a text input that requires a number, and can, I believe, add the up and down arrows to it. So on most mobile devices now, they'll also do the up and down arrows on them. So you can only enter numbers, and they'll also add the up and down arrows. Password will automatically do the star hiding the information. So you know how when you type a password in a password field, it does the stars, right? The masking, that's the term I'm looking for. It masks what you enter. That's what this does. So we're going to be using that shortly as well. What else is there? Yeah, tel for telephone, time for time, URL. It must be a valid URL with HTTP and everything. So you can add some front-end validation to your system. Just to see that here, password.
Password's right there.
I know, but that's going to mask it, and that's not a hidden one. What I'm going to do is in here, username, I'm going to change the input from text to email. So now if I just type CRC num4, because you guys know that's my username on GitHub, submit. Oh, well, that's fine. It shouldn't do it, but hold on. Did I not? Oh, I need to click run. Sorry. There we go. So front end form validation. So this won't even process the submit command until the inputs fit. So we get told, please include an @ in the email account. CRC is missing an @ and if I just do the @ test, we'll then also get, oh no, that was accepted. Doesn't do the .com? That's weird. But it did that. But yeah, actually, I don't think you need the dots anymore. I guess you could have a domain that doesn't have it, maybe. I don't know. Some more testing, but yeah, this is just giving more some front-end validation to save yourself to do some of your own. You can, of course, add more robust validation, either server-side or front-end side on React. I don't have much time to really review that, but this is giving you just that very quick, some validation right from the get-go. So type, email, change, value equals query dot user. Again, our users never see the term username. They see the term email address. So they're going to see email address in the form. When we go for the login screen, we're going to say an email address. So they never know we're using the term username on our servers. They think we're using the term email address. So something to be aware of on a lot of sites. What you see may not be what they see on the back end, what terms they're using. We already know that if we decide to use the term like on our site, our backend is actually using the term approve, because like was reserved by SQL. So we couldn't use the term like in our database system. There we go. There's that one. Next item we probably should want to do is probably the password. Speed up a little bit for at 9:30. Dang it. I'm not going to make it. God dang it. Might have to do some of the stuff on Thursday might actually be required. So you'll have to watch the video. Can't make it, but have to watch it. LD equals, what we'll do, we're probably gonna not do the confirmation just to save some time. So yeah, we're gonna get rid of confirm because we don't have the time for it. Okay. ID password, unfortunately.
I already had it in.
Fine.
You could just hit copy and paste.
Yeah.
And then just change the information.
That's true. All right, let's try it. Confirm.
I just took it out.
I was actually
you
just
can leave it
talking
out.
about the last two, but okay.
No, I just put it in. I'm leaving it in this time.
Yeah, you can leave it in or leave it out. I don't care. Your call.
If I
Password.
was typing this out, I would just paste it 5 times and just change the information.
Yeah, we're gonna do that for the next ones. Honestly, I was gonna do this one more time, but
I started
It's good
doing that, but then we
practice,
started
but for time-
started grouping them in inline input containers, and it threw it all off. So I've just been re-editing this every single change we've made.
yeah, careful in copying unless I tell you we're doing repetitive stuff. So now, yes, after password, we're getting kind of repetitive. This one's repetitive, so we're going to use this one. So you can use this, paste it in, and the thing that changes is just wherever you see the word password here and here, I'm going to do confirm.
Do we want to have these in their separate
password.
containers? Couldn't we put them like one right after the other, like
Yeah,
like
you
the
probably
first
could.
and last name?
Yeah, that actually makes sense. I actually like that idea. So we're just going to delete these two.
Oh, that's a smart way to do it. I wish I thought of that.
So a tag is basically, think of your tags like your rows and your columns.
For these, yes,
You're
these are
literally
your
telling it,
rows. Yeah. And then each input is
group
its own
these
column.
together, group these
Yes.
together.
Yep. And here's
This part I understand.
confirm password. Yeah, type is the same because we just all this is doing the masking system. Confirm and password is the field, and so confirm and password for query. Next and last, the last one we need is your cohort. So I'm just going to grab this one. I'm going to grab the username one, paste that in, change username to cohort, placeholder to cohort number, change email to number, username to cohort. Save it. Last thing we need at the very, very bottom under everything here, right before the end of the form, is a button.
A baton.
A button.
You actually need 2. You need one that says reset in case they mess up, but
I'm not that
submit
nice.
will work.
I'm not that nice. You want to add a reset button, go for it. Who do you think I am? Too nice. Got a button that we can submit. And then over here, I don't need anything. You can add some styling if you want to change how it looks, but I think the blue is gonna be fine. So we'll keep it like that. We'll submit it. We'll do that. And then let's go ahead and head over to our register. What's that?
So quick, before you do this, I'll make it quickly because I know we're running on time. So your button for submit right now automatically knows that when you hit that submit button, it does all of this. You don't need to give it an action to say, when I hit this click button, do all of this.
Nope, because my button component doesn't actually have a type attribute, which you probably might want to add. I'm going to just showcase it, but I'm going to delete it for the video, so none of you have to add it now. I might add it for after the video for the get pull if you guys want to pull it down. Type equals props type, or that's the default behavior of a button. Whenever you do a button tag, if you do not specify a type, the default behavior is the term submit. And so any button that doesn't have a type is automatically a submit button that will submit a form. So any button tag inside of a form will submit. If you do not want that, you have to make a button of type button. And that'll be a button inside of your form that will not submit the form and can do other stuff like change a value or update something. All right. And you'll want to, again, add the onClick that then does something to the form that has a handler. Yeah, since we have this button here, since I didn't have that type, so again, if none of you actually add that to your common button, don't worry, yours is going to work the same. You do not need that. But if you want to add it later, because if you are thinking you might want buttons in forms, in your forms for your personal project, you want to add that type field there, or that type property. But what happens here, yes, as long as we put the button in, if there's no default type, it defaults to button to submit. So this will submit the form. Yep, because it's inside of a form.
Got it.
Yep, all good. Good question on that one. That one's actually a really good to know that it, yeah, otherwise you got to wonder how does it know what to do. Yep, this will submit.
What calls the on what calls the on submit on line 21, the next page? Yeah, handle submit.
Yep.
Okay, so when the button submit,
Yep.
submit,
Yeah.
handle submit. All right.
Because
all right.
technically you can put multiple submit buttons in a form. One like if so consider like you have a really long form. The top 3 fields are important, required, and then the rest are all completely optional. You do not care. You could put a submit button right underneath the 3 fields you want, and then put another one down at the bottom after they fill all the optional stuff out. So you could actually have 2 submit buttons on your form at varying points. You can even have more. The idea is once one's submitted, once one is hit, what it does is it sends a submit signal to the form, not itself. So it submits a submit to the form field of the form tag that then will run the handle submit.
I asked that because sometimes you have a form that's more than 1 page. So
Yeah.
your button doesn't submit, it proceeds.
And that you would want to do a type button.
Correct. Okay.
That would move
makes
on and
sense.
then change and update the form or change the next page. Or in this case, you could just change the form that's loaded by using a state saying state page, set page, and you would have multiple forms on the same page on the same component. And then you would just have the system decide which form to show based on that. Or each page could be its own component. So there's a bunch of ways you can handle this.
Okay.
But you wouldn't need different routes for each page or for each page of the form, you wouldn't need different routes. You could just have it load a different component based on the state of the page parameter state. Yeah. Terms, words. I can discuss it more on Thursday or something like that or during the break, but yeah. Let's get this actually visible on our page. So we're going to go ahead and add the div again from our home screen. So go to home, grab this div. I really should make a component out of it. That's fine for the moment. Keep this nice header there. Underneath it, we're going to go ahead and do our new user form, which we can't because we haven't exported it yet. Export default. Don't forget to export the new user form. Now it'll show up because I've exported it. Let's save it. Now, what do we need to give it for the props? Give it. Great. You give it update form. And on submit. Submit. You give it those 3. Save again.
Go back to new user form when you get a second, please.
It's on the left. What do you want me to go on it though? Yeah.
Yeah, just scroll down.
Sure.
Oh, is that all that we did? Just export that and moved on to?
Yeah.
You said something about getting the div from home. Where do we put that?
Oh, home div on the top of register right here.
Oh, it goes in register.
Yeah. So we can keep our register header.
Okay.
We need everything to be contained around a single tag. So we needed that div tag to be our header tag or our container tag.
Right.
I'm probably again after class one of that, and so that way there'll be another common package you guys can pull down. I'll most likely make a component out of this div called container. So you guys can use that, and that you have this nice formatting right there.
And then we put in the new user form right below that.
But the rest of these will probably not use 100 VH because that's going to make a very large website, potentially. But we're going to add this to body or to app.js again.
Query.
That's probably fine to keep now that I think about it because we're using that on our the main component on each page of our item. So yeah, that's fine. I can keep it. I'm going to go ahead and make sure mine actually works though, which I think my item is not running. Oh, yeah, because I did the get npm start. Mine. I'll go make sure it works in case there's anything I need to change. All right, and there is my form.
You typing it?
Trust. Let's do. Not yet. Why not?
It
Update
does
form
not
is not
take
a function.
input.
Update form. Not a function. That's update form. Update form. I did a small f. Line 37. I had a small f there. And here. because that is small f. God dang it. So on our register page, we had update form with a small f, and on my new user form, I had a capital F here. So I just updated on, so
You
on
did not
register
camel
JS,
case.
I camel cased. Yeah, that I did not on register, which I am very upset about because I love camel case.
yeah.
So make sure register has camel case.
Why didn't it tell you that it wasn't being used? That's interesting.
Because technically it was. It doesn't, register doesn't know that new user form wasn't using it.
Ah, okay.
I was passing it on. So as far as register was concerned, update form was being used. It doesn't know if the new user form was using it or not. So
Are you able to type in your email?
we just solved that.
Field?
So
Oh, we did. How do we fix that?
So go back to your register field, and you'll notice that our update form functions were not camel cased, but yet on new user form it was. So on line 15, we want update form to be a capital F.
15. Mine is.
Then on line 37, make sure capital F on update
As
form.
it also is.
So refresh and you should be able to.
I didn't change anything though.
That's working.
No, I still can't.
Saved and you saved it and everything, right?
All right, hold on. Stop it.
Let me see. One
Share
second.
yours if you want.
There's a little dot up
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Anybody
I
else's
still
form not
can't.
working? Go ahead and share your screen, Matt.
So I still can't.
Yours isn't lining up right though. That's weird.
Well, he probably didn't put them in the inline like you did.
Oh, you did.
You
but
said
let's
he
look at
was
your code.
putting them one by one.
Where would
We
you
also
like
have the
me
gap.
to?
Go to the new user form first. We'll start there.
Okay, 1 second. Gotta move the thing. Okay.
All right, guys, I got to take off because I
Input,
got to get up early.
inline input
but-
containers. Go for it. Again, we're recording, so I'll put the video up tonight.
I
Night,
have
everyone.
to go as well.
Night.
Merry Christmas, everybody, if I don't see you.
Can you click on the input, the inline input container
Right here?
on the left side? Sorry, on the
Oh,
pull open the component. Yeah.
Sure.
All right, you do have it. Good. I want to make sure. Why is yours not doing the inline input container though? It's not putting them side by side. Scroll all the way up. Make sure you. I want to just see if your first name and last name are together. Yeah, it is. What's going on there? That's not right. Back to the browser again.
Sure.
And your submit button doesn't look right. Does it? Hold on. No, that's fine actually. Never mind. That looks fine.
Okay, so
Looks
there
good, but-
might actually be on your you changed the input as well when you did the push. Because I had the same push tag as form did, so it could be different than the one that we pulled originally. The input file itself.
Really?
Because I'm just looking at like the GitHub again, and then I noticed that the form, like the commit tag you had, it was just push, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that form got changed with that, but input also got changed with it.
Really?
And yeah, and there was a pretty good amount of changes. Although, like, there's just a lot of green
Oh,
and red
yes,
spots,
you're right. Because
so
I had an old input and a new input. You're right. And I overwrote it, but
you
I
might need
can't
to
believe you guys pulled that one
update
down.
that.
Yeah, go to the GitHub and load up the input field, the input component. Yeah, I did change it because, yeah, I brought in my old input form and then I realized, oh, right, no, I have a new input field form. But I thought I changed that. I don't remember. That's weird. I thought I pushed that after I changed it. Weird. I'm surprised. Yeah, copy all that. Just overwrite your input file.
Don't know if it's the reason that he's having this problem.
That would definitely do it because yeah, it's
Yeah.
a massive change, and so some of the props that we were using probably weren't true, and
Yeah,
it was
you
overwriting some of the
truncated
styles.
that.
Yeah,
If I
so
wanna
save
make
it.
sure I
Make sure you
copied the right-
save.
Make sure I copied the right thing first.
You did.
Yes, because it was just it's so much smaller. I didn't want to throw
Yeah.
the wrong
Yeah.
thing in here.
No, that was it. I pulled out a lot of styling because the inline was. doing
Oh
it.
wow.
There we go.
There it is.
Now try to type
No,
first name. Nothing.
no, that works. It's
Okay,
just
why
the
is it
email's
not?
still bugged.
So email, last name. Try it. So email, no. Try email again. No, email looks like it's trying to do a password or something. Click on email
came up with
again.
a phone number.
Yeah, email comes with a phone number. Let's look at your form.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I had that formatted for email, but let's see, let me
Input,
get out of the way.
new user
Uh,
form. Email. Oh, not a capital.
ID.
Oh, no.
ID
ID's
should be
right.
username.
Oh yeah, ID should be username. That is correct.
Oh,
And you are missing
didn't
type.
Type.
oh,
it for
I thought I
email as
put
well.
that in here, didn't I?
Type
No,
email.
I guess I only did
Yeah,
that
type
on the
password.
Oh,
Oh, there
hold
you
on. I
go.
have a username here.
Oh, you had two of them. That's why.
I have two of them.
That's the problem.
I didn't see that on the form.
I saw another email on there
Yeah.
when you briefly left. I was like, why is
All
it?
right,
I'm like,
let's see. So
you
username.
could, yeah, if you want, you
password
can move
confirmed.
username above the passwords if you want to match ours, but it's not a big deal.
I
Let's
was
just make sure it
building
works.
mine separately, which might
Let's
be
make
the
sure yours
source of
works,
that
though.
confusion.
There, there we go. We see email there now. There we
Hey,
go. That
there it
works.
is. Cool.
And again, let me go back to mine now.
Yeah, of course.
Screen, share. Look at my form, you see I can enter a number. If I try to enter a letter, you can't tell that I'm typing, but I can't enter letters. You hear the typing.
I think I can hear that you're typing. Yes.
Yes. And
Oh,
they
my
also have, like I
cohort,
said,
you
the
can.
up and arrow numbers too. Make
How
sure you
did
have type
get
number.
I
That
do
doesn't
have
work.
type number.
The up and down arrow does not work. for
Really?
me. Yeah.
That would have to
Mine-
be your browser, because if they're there, they should
yeah.
work, but I don't know.
Can I see the code for the cohort input?
Right here. So make sure you have type number.
I do.
Interesting.
ID cohort number, type equals number, handle change, and query.cohort. Yep, that's what
What's it
I
not
have.
doing?
It is allowing me to type whatever I want to, including letters.
Oh, there we go.
Is making no sense.
Hey, Connor, are you using Chrome?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I was
No,
gonna say
it was when I was messing around with the capital F and lowercase f stuff. I accidentally changed one back.
Because I was gonna say the arrows work for me.
We can check that again.
No,
in a little bit,
it
though.
was in the code. I fixed it.
Double check it again, make sure, because it should definitely work.
Should
but yeah, I
submit
can check it again later.
actually do anything currently?
Only in the terminal. So if you hit,
Okay.
if you look at the console right here, and I hit submit, you'll see. Well, I got to do an email first. Test. Hit submit. You'll see right now it's just
Gotcha.
going to return our object. So, all right, let's get into that because I want to do that quick before we finish because I want to do an Axios call. Here we go. And then I swear, and we'll do a couple minutes after the end of class to see if I can help anybody with any more errors, any more things. So let's head over to the actual register item. And so here we're now going to do an onsubmit. And to do an onsubmit, we're going to need to send this stuff to our server now. So let's go ahead and do a import Axios from Axios. Okay. Was it good? All right. With that, I'm gonna do next. Here we are. First things first, here we can do any sort of validation. So we're gonna do here first. I'm gonna do if password query dot password is not equal to query dot confirm.
Oh.
Passwords match. I'm not going to do any sort of form typing yet. We're just going to do an alert and return. They can try again. I will on Thursday showcase how we can add the red box and do the text underneath. I will showcase that on Thursday as one of the bonus items. Next up, we're going to do query. And so what's good here is we're actually going to take the query out. We don't want to actually modify the subject. We want to do some modifying inline that is only temporary. So we're going to make a copy of the query. So we're going to do const data equals query. That way we now have a version of it that we can change without worrying about upsetting React. All right. The reason why I want to do that is I want to do data dot name equals do query dot data. It's fine. You can do data dot first name or query dot f name, doesn't matter. That's plus string plus query dot l name. So this is going to build our name for our server that wants that. Sound good? The last thing I do want to clarify, by the way, we can send excess keys to our server and it will not be upset with that. So that's one thing I didn't clarify before is we know that the backend wants certain keys, but if you were to send extra keys in your JSON, our backend will not be upset with that. It's not gonna be like, oh, I have a key that I don't know what to do with. It just won't use that key, from my understanding. We'll check that, make sure, but from my understanding and how systems are supposed to work, our backend will not yell at us if we give it a key that it's not expecting. It just won't accept that key and just will ignore it. It will not crash. We're going to test that today because we're just going to send this object as is to our system, or not this one, data with the name. And so it's going to have, for our sign up, it's going to have name, username, password, confirm, cohort, first name and last name. Our sign up system only cares about username and password though. And it should be fine with that. It'll take those keys, put it into the object, and then move on, ignoring all the others because it doesn't know what to do with those. That makes sense?
Mhm.
All right, so let's try that. We need to do this time. Let's go ahead and confirm with our IntelliJ. What's our sign up route? Remember what method it uses? What verb?
Post.
It's axios.post. And post does the URL, then a data object, and then any configurations like headers and stuff. So for this, we're just going to do the URL, which is http localhost 80 API /auth /sign up. Right? Is that it?
Yeah.
Good. And then we're just going to give it data. However, we need to do one last thing with this. We're going to turn this into an async function. So we're going to turn our onSubmit into an async function because we need to make sure we wait for this to finish. Because this has a chance to fail as well, we're also going to start a try catch block now. Axios really is the only thing you're working with right now that you have to worry about try catch. You could bring other items, but the only one you have to worry about is this. Message. Axios.post. We're going to do const response equals axios.post. Moment, we're just going to console.log response.data. We should be expecting a token, right? Well, not a token, sorry. A user created successfully, remember? We're going to get that message, user created successfully. Did we respond with a string or an object? I think we respond with a string. This might be different. It might be response.body then. That would be a bad thing that I responded like that. We'll see. I actually don't usually respond with string. I always respond with JSON, but we'll see. We also may have created that. Oh, I think we did the payload message thing. Never mind. We'll be fine. We will see. And then what we're also going to do is actually, we're going to do alert response.data. We get a nice little pop-up on the window saying user created successfully. Want to see that?
I just laugh at that because my friend, when he first started coding, he used to use a lot of alert boxes.
Ah, Jesus.
Yeah,
I only use them during development. I do not use them actually because people don't like pop-ups that they have to click a button on.
The other developers were a little upset, like, what are all these alert pop-ups? Like, oh, I just use them for console things to make sure that our things are actually working. Like,
Only use them during debugging. Later on, you want to make sure you remove them. You don't want to use them for long term. They are good for quick little alerts for yourself that you don't have to look at the console to look at. Let's save that. Now this one is going to be we're going to create a junk user that will not have a developer account. Be aware of that. This is not going to create the developer record yet because it's also not logging the user in. So we don't have the token yet. We're just creating the record first to make sure this works. Once this works, we can then tell the system, hey, now go ahead and log this user in using the information we have so I can get a token. And then I'm going to send the third request to actually create the account. Let's start with this. So back to our system, I have Cliff Choin, which is part of my last name. Then cuatest.com, which is fine. We have a password that I don't think matches, so I'm going to redo that actually because I totally just typed that randomly. Test, cohort 12 is fine. I'm going to, also totally forgot of this, and I'm sure you were about to say this. I'm sure you were. My cohort is not a number. So I'm also going to do data.cohort equals query cohort parse. Dang it. Almost forgot about that. Again, not that it would matter because we're not actually using that yet, but make sure you don't forget those things. That should be it. Moment of truth, fingers crossed, don't make me look like a liar. Undefined. What? That's, oh, right, because it's a body. I don't know what I got then. Dang it. If we go back to our browser, to our IntelliJ though, let's see if IntelliJ yelled at us. It didn't. I think it worked. Damn it.
Christ.
I knew it was going to be response.body. I knew it because I think we sent back a string. Quick test. Okay, we're going to go ahead and switch this to clop, whatever. Send. And I have, wait, oh, get that. Yes, what is that? What?
IntelliJ had something about unauthorized user. Is that
Yeah, we do that with all routes. All routes do it.
Okay.
Oh, wait, dang it. I just saw that there. Response, user successfully created.
400 on sign up down here at the
What is
bottom.
that?
Oh,
Yeah, that one did, because I just,
oh, yeah, but then I see where you got it right now. It says sign up successfully.
because that thing says create error failed. Weird. I don't have it called create error.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, error.response.message. Response.message. Right. That's what I wanted. But anyway, that's fine. Yeah, this should be response.data. Yeah, that should be accurate. Dot message. Oh wait, I think I know what it is. Alert can't show a object. That's why I think we're getting back to find. I don't think it can show an object.
Response data dot message.
Yeah, no problem. Property is undefined, reading message. So which one? That one? Or that one?
Should be res, not response. I mean, should your alert
Could
be
be res.
error.res.message?
I think you're right. I think it is res. I'm trying to remember the formatting. It's been a little while since I've done that. I should really look at my notes. I'm being overly confident again. No, it is error.response.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this quick just to help myself out a bit. And I don't usually use alerts. I don't like it. Console. So you do const errors. So let me make sure I get it right. I'm gonna do this later, or dot response. Sorry. Response. Dot message. Dot message. Yeah. Very clear. Okay. Submit. I got a 400, which I think is that I'm already in use. So I check IntelliJ. No message, of course. Okay. Why are you not telling me anything? Email already in use. That should be printing because it's got a response. See, response. Request failed with 400.
It's weird that it like says it's been, error, it's already been used, but it gives you errors down here too.
Well, yeah, it
I mean,
does.
it says it's like, the other one said it was
actually supposed to see
posted.
it, yeah. Yeah,
It said it was
error on the
posted.
post, yeah. But what I'm trying to figure out is why the catch isn't triggering here, which is a little weird. I'm going to have to look at that again later because the catch should be triggering. Oh, I didn't print it. I'm dumb. Save. Now submit, and there it is. Nope, not that. 39. Is that it? Not read properties when find reading messages. Well, yeah, you shouldn't be trying to read this though, because I did if error response ternary. So if it's not there, don't read it unless error is undefined. Let's say this is undefined. Right. 39. 39 is right here. That is being weird. Oh, dumb. Data.message. No. I'll have to check on that a little more. That's behaving weird. I'm wondering if the data that's being sent from Java is a little different than what I'm used to when I was using React, when I was using Java or Node. I'll double check on that a little more to make sure we get the error message correct for Thursday. Again, I'll handle error checking then, but at least we can now see here what error message we're getting, which is at least nice. But I'm not sure why that's not showing down here. That totally should. But again, I will check on that and get back to you guys on that. But moment, let's go ahead and do this quick. Switch to D, submit, and it's still saying that. Wait.
Successful.
Yeah, it did, but why is it still?
I know, it's been erroring out every time, even though it's
The message is just not,
out.
it's just not working. Because we're doing a message response in IntelliJ.
Do that
So-
quick.
Actually, it's a response entity of message response.
Undefined.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm.
You're posting, you're not getting anything.
No. All of this has been just completely broken because of this.
Oh, yeah, that.
As soon as it hits this, response is undefined, so data is empty, and that triggers an error. So we catch the error does not have a response or a message because it is that, and so it's undefined. So all of that is just it's trying to move past this line before this finishes, which means response is empty. And so, God dang it!
That's all you had to do. That.
Yep.
All right.
All my original code was probably fine.
No, it was because I changed nothing, and all I did was put in a wait, and it works. So all your original code was fine.
Yeah, there's the error there. God damn you. I hate when that happens. I just wasted so much time on something that should have been fine. Hold on. Back to the correct code with the alerts. Response.message response. Message. In this case, now I'm going to do await. Save. Hit the button. Oh, I did get on fine. I'll check on that's fine. But
And it says down
I
there
think it's,
though.
oh yeah,
on the console, it
response
does
dot
respond.
data dot message. There you go. That one.
But it does say
Again,
down the bottom of
and there we go. See, there it is. There it is.
is.
Yeah.
Got that one.
The email.
And we just
It
do F.
also says on console too.
Submit. User registered successfully. Hey, we're functioning again. God damn it, wait. See, even I can make dumb mistakes like that. And And all that time I spent trying to debug it. So let's do something. I want to get the token quick and get the developer registered. So next, log in equals await
Oh, is that in the?
data.
No, it's not.
That, not await, async data. Payload, we're going to call it this time, equals name. Well, actually, no, I don't need to do that because I can just send the same data and get username and password again. Right? Yeah. So I can just send data again. That's fine. Try, catch, copy this. Missed the error message, but it's fine. I'll just do that. Put that in. We'll go ahead and do this stuff again. Copy, paste. We do here, there was response await here. We're going to do sign up instead. We're going to do sign in. Data message, we're going to do data.token. That's where we want to see if we actually get the token. All right. And what we're going to do is after this, on a success, after this alert here, I'm actually going to comment out the alert actually. And this time I'm going to tell it to do login data. And again, I'm separating these into separate functions so I can follow along with what's happening instead of getting it so nested. I know that this is the original initial submit process. And then after the initial submit process works, I'm going to log in. And that way, if the login system changes, I can change that. And then I'll do a create user, a create developer as a second function, as a separate function as well. By doing these separate functions, it just helps me to follow what's going on and know what the code inside of this function is doing. So I just did a const login, and I just did the exact same code, but just sign in instead of sign up. And that should get us back what we want. I'm going to do another user now. So SD3, so CFAPS3, which is just realized it's not a great email account.
A little.
We'll click submit, and there's my bearer token. So now I have a bearer token, right?
You got one. I did not.
Share screen, or do you want me to? Let me finish the last bit, and then we'll do one final. We'll do one share screen fully.
Let me just take a look at what you have.
Last up, const create dev equals async data, comma, token. And what we're going to do here is do another try. Response. Wait. Post dot post. That. Copy paste. Do developers. Yeah, developers. And then comma. I'm also going to put this on some new lines now to make sure it's hit character turns. This is getting larger, so let's do that with a couple of these actually. That. Here we'll do that. That. Here we're going to also add in a new item to this one. We need to add in a headers tag, so we can then add in. So we do that, headers, bracket. And again, the header key, if you can't remember what it is, because we used to use Postman to make our life easier. I'll give you guys a second to type out this, but we're gonna go look at Postman quick so you can show what the header tag we've been using is. I'll click over to, where did Postman go? I'll just pull it up now. I'll go to Postman quick. Whenever we went to authorization and clicked on bearer token and we put something in there, we go to headers, we see that it switched from 7 to 8. What we get here is one called authorization with a capital A and then bearer and the token. And so we're going to do just that. We're going to do authorization, and we use bearer, and we're going to add in the text. Lost another, it's fine. If you need to leave, you can leave. I'm going to have the video. So headers, authorization. And then there's a new little syntax. So you know about, Jesus Christ. There you go. You know about double quotes and single quotes, and you know about escape characters and stuff like that. There's one final method for adding strings in JavaScript that I wish Java had. And this is using the backticks. So the backtick is that key next to the number 1. If you create a string with backticks, you have something called string interpolation, so string injection, which means I can do bearer and then $bracket token. And it will replace that token, bracket token, with the actual token, with the actual content of that data, of that variable. Instead of having to do any sort of like concatenation with the plus symbol or stuff. So I could, of course, do the string bearer, end string with a space, and then plus, and then token. But this is another, and this is a very common thing you'll see, is just this string injection. We can inject a variable or inject code into a string with JavaScript. If you don't remember this, don't worry. Use your concatenation. Just again, me showing you other variations of how you can do the same thing. If this looks nicer to you, you can use that. It wants my catch. So maybe this quick. Nope, not there. Wrong spot. There. This will send all the content data, which has name, cohort, and it doesn't have email. Crap. Email equals data.username. Forgot that. Make sense? We're just adding the key and just copying over username because our backend needs it. So now our data has all that information that it wants. It does have the other keys, but again, as you noticed, the extra keys that our data object has, the backend doesn't care. It ignores those extra keys. So it's very smart on that. And I'm just going to do final thing. Response, or no, we'll do this. Console. Data.id. Data and console alert. And the last thing we do is underneath this where we printed out the token, I'm going to hide the token and just do the create developer data comma token, or sorry, response dot data dot token. Sound good?
Let's see.
Once I get this running, I will go ahead and check in with you guys. We'll do some one-on-ones, make sure people got what they got, and any errors we can fix. Because on Thursday, we'll then cover the remainder stuff of actually using this. Unfortunately, I didn't get to cover that today. We'll do that on Thursday and be part of the video. So again, I'm sorry if you can't make it, you'll miss that up, but the video will go up on Thursday night, which will have it. The first part of the video will actually be the important stuff that you need to know. Like flies. Not surprising, 10 o'clock already. So, all right. Make sure this actually works on my side. And then I will do some debugging one by one. So save again, back to my React app. On, submit, and I got an ID number. And just to confirm it one more time, if I go to the inspection page, go to network, and then let's do the real one, cliff@test.com, hit submit. Oh, that one's already used because I did that before, Cliff1. There we go. We'll see, there's the sign up, which we see user registered successfully, sign in, sends back the token, and developer sends back the whole object. So you see the 3 calls, and that did not take long, did it? Those went by quick, right? So is there any chance that our user has any clue that we did 3 calls?
No.
Not at all, right? They think we did one quick thing and it's all done, right? And so this is going to also start opening your mind to some of the things you're taking for granted on sites. You don't know, you have no idea what's going on, and there could be a lot of things happening. And I can guarantee that some of you are going to be more tempted to look at the network tab. Just be aware that a lot of them are using analytical tools and SEO tools and stuff. So there might be a lot more and things like that. So there's going to be a lot more network that we're doing, but you can see some pretty interesting stuff there sometimes. And we're really eye-opening as to what your system's actually doing. And so always realize that you can do more than you think, and your users don't always know what you're doing. We can also, I don't know if you saw that, but on the input types, you can have hidden types. And so these are fields on your form that are hidden. You can put data there that is programmatically created, and that way that data can then still get sent to your backend. So that you can track information, pull information from the system. We don't need those as much in React because we have our object that we can just put stuff in, so we don't necessarily need the field, but sites use those on a regular basis. They have hidden fields. The downside, of course, is that these are quote, Alabama hackable, or wherever the site place is. You can easily find these fields by inspecting and then seeing the values in them. So these are not the best fields for hiding data in. So on Thursday, what I will cover is creating the service or the provider that will allow us to take that token, store it for the whole site, and then use it as we navigate the rest of the page and actually enable and disable things based on that. So we'll talk about that. We'll try to create a geek out. Yeah, we'll try to create it. We'll go ahead and try to create a geek out and list the geek outs and see if we can get the likes. And last but not least, I'll try to cover more on the error handling. So that's what I'm going to try to do on Thursday. Again, I will record it. As soon as we start doing the React stuff, I will record it. So anyone who can't make it, you will not miss out on the important items. You'll be able to watch that as soon as you have time. That could be what you try to do during the downtime on your Christmas with family. You could just have us on your phone and listen in or watch the video, the item. So do what you can. Like I said, if I take a quick peek at Slack, again, I will finalize it on Saturday, but it does look like Thursday is going to be the day. It's winning by 4 votes. So I doubt anyone not in today is going to suddenly vote 4 times for one of the other 3 days, or on the other 2 days. So it's looking like Thursday will be our extra day. All right. All right. And now I will open the floor to anybody who is not working.
Mine is not working.
Stop recording.
Share your screen. Oh, right. I can stop recording then. That way it doesn't get longer.
I haven't voted yet.